Order, Madam Speaker.
My sister.
Honorable members, may we take this opportunity for a silent prayer or meditation. Amen. Good morning, honorable members. I hear that there are comments after prayer. Each body's prayer is as long as their frequency of communication with their God. Oh, honorable members, we now go to item number 2 on the order paper, which is obituaries. And we are going to start with the passing on of Dr. Protas Hlogo Madlala, a respected political analyst who passed away on the 1st of September 2023. In addition to his work as a political analyst, Dr. Madlala was also a founding member of SANCO and the Congress of South African Trade Unions. He was also a recipient of the Order of Luthuli, South Africa's highest civilian honor. Mr. Raymond Ackerman, founder of Pick n Pay retail chain, who passed away on the 6th of September 2023. Mr. Ackerman was a visionary entrepreneur, humanitarian, and a great South African. In 2014, he was awarded the Presidential Award of the Order of the Boer in silver. Honorable members, the passing on of Prince Mangosuthu G. Buthelezi, the father of Honorable PATN Buthelezi, who is a member of our house. Prince Buthelezi was a member of parliament, a traditional prime minister PATN to the Buthelezi, and who is a member of our house, party official opposition in the house. Prince Buthelezi passed on the 9th of September 2023 and was laid to rest on the 16th of September 2023. He was fondly known as the Prince of KwaPhindangene, his homestead, and he will be remembered for his role as a political leader in South Africa and a leader of the former KwaZulu homeland. He was also a scholar and alumni of one of the most highly revered institutions on the African continent, namely Fort Hare University. May his soul rest in peace, and officially looking at the official opposition, because he's the founder of the party that is in this house, we send directly to you our condolences, Honorable Hlabisa and your party. Mr. Important Mkhize, who also served as a member of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature during the 5th term, who passed away on the 10th of September. Mr. Mkhize has served in the legislature's various portfolio committees and was chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements. And at the time of his demise, he was chairperson of the Luthuli Museum. He was renowned as the trade union movement activist and as a former leader of Sakau during the apartheid era. He was also an activist and an educationist for the South African Communist Party and the Congress movement in its entirety. He will be fondly remembered as one of the stalwarts who played a key role in the attainment of freedom that we enjoy today. Mr. Thabani Christopher Sithole, father of Miss Sindisiwe Mshengu, who is the manager in the office of the Chief Whip. Mr. Mzwandile Nganono Shandu, a councillor in Ward 7 in Umkambatini local municipality. Miss Zoleka Zobuhle Mandela, the daughter of the late Ambassador Zinzi Mandela and granddaughter of the late Winnie Nomzamo Madikizela Mandela and the late Dr. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Miss Mandela, an author and activist of cancer awareness, substance abuse, and road safety, lost her courageous battle against metastatic cancer on the 25th of September 2023. Mrs. Anastasia Manqele Zindela, the grandmother of Miss Zama Zindela, a special project officer in the office of the Speaker, who was also a revered leader in the Roman Catholic Church in the area of Izingolweni in the South Coast. Mr. Elo Stegen, a reverend and the founder of the Kwasiza Bantu mission in the Kranskop Kwamaphumulo area. Mr. Aziz Ghulam Hussein Pahat, a South African politician, anti-apartheid activist, and a former Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Republic of South Africa, a member of Parliament until 2008, who passed on the 27th of September 2023. He was also a member of the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress from 1985 to 2007. All victims of gender-based violence, femicide, and hate crime, all public servants and traditional leaders in South Africa and the country at large that may have passed on and were not recorded individually. All victims of road fatalities in our province during the recent past. Although these people may have departed from our midst, they will live on in the hearts of their loved ones. Honorable members, let us now stand up to observe a moment of silence in honor of the departed. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Thank you. Honorable members, we now move to the announcements by the Speaker, which is item number 3 on the order paper, and we will start with apologies. The first apology is the Honorable Mr. SE Manqele, MEC for Public Works and Human Settlements, and Honorable NC Melane, MEC for Health, who both have departmental engagements. The Honorable Ms. BNC Tole Muloi, who's attending a MINMAC meeting. Honorable Miss LXH Hlongwa Madlala, who's on study leave. Honorable Mr. MW Twala and Honorable Miss T Nkosi, who have party commitments. Honorable Miss CM Shinga, who has an official engagement. Honorable members, the office of the Speaker had received the former member of the House representing the Democratic Alliance, Mr. H.S. Gumbi, whose resignation was effective on the 18th of September 2023 and has gone on to pursue his studies abroad. And today, I therefore had presided in the morning on the swearing in of a new member of the House, and I have a pleasure in introducing a new member who was sworn in today at the Speaker's boardroom, who is a former councillor of the Democratic Alliance in the eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality, and now is Honorable Member of this House, the Honorable Mr. Sithembiso Ngema. You are welcome to Sienkomo. On birthdays, honorable members, I want to take this opportunity to wish belated birthdays to Umabedla, the Honorable MEC NP Nkonyeni, whose birthday was on the 8th of September. The Honorable Mr. F.A. Rogers Ujwaha, whose birthday was on the 10th of September. The Honorable Miss VP Taluza Uprecious, whose birthday was on the 13th of September. The Honorable Miss H.P. Chiliza, whose birthday was on the 17th of September. The Honorable M. Govender, whose birthday was on the 19th of September. The Honorable N. Dombela Umahlobo, whose birthday was on the 25th of September. We trust that all of you had pleasant days on your birthdays, and we hope that your wishes were fulfilled or will be fulfilled in the rest of the year. But honorable members, today is the birthday of the Honorable Angimboni umaphethela ne, the Honorable Ndlamini. May I therefore take this opportunity to wish her all the happiness and blessings this life has to offer. It's the birthday of Honorable Ndlamini. That was the birthday greeting that you had. You will pass it, Honorable Mbaipeli and Honorable Harris, when you see her. Honorable members, the next one is your invitation to the SADCOPEX 5th Annual Conference and the 19th Annual General Meeting and 20th Anniversary celebrations that will be held in Durban. You are informed that the Southern African Development Community Organization of Public Accounts Committees has invited the South African Association of Public Accounts Committees to its 15th Annual Conference, 19th Annual General Meeting, and 20th Anniversary celebrations. These events will be held from the 2nd until the 6th of October 2023 at the Southern Sun Elangeni Maharani Hotel. Honorable members, they understand those that are members of the SCOPA. Ungaze uzixake kakhulu Kapisa. Signing of the TB Caucus Pledge, honorable members. Honorable members who were not in attendance during the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature TB Caucus launch on Friday, the 1st of September 2023 at Ebongweni Youth Center in the Greater Kokstad Municipality are requested to sign the TB pledge, which will be circulated in the House today. Ningayiphindi xa seniyisayinile, please. You just have to have your signature there. Honorable members, I informed that the 2023 Senior Citizens Parliament will be held on Friday, 29 September 2023, starting at 10 o'clock at Nhlonhlweni Hall, Inkosi Mtubatuba Local Municipality in Umkhanyakude District. The provincial celebration of the International Day for Senior Citizens is on Sunday, the 1st of October 2023, starting at 10 at the Arsenal Sports Ground in the Mfekai area of Inkosi Mtubatuba Municipality. You are all invited. Civic Education Program, honorable members, for the month of October will be held on Tuesday, the 10th of October 2023, starting at 9 o'clock in the Herikwala District, and also at Greater Kokstad Local Municipality, as well as Umzimkhulu Local Municipality. Now, honorable members, will move on to announcements or reports by the Premier, which is item number 4 on the order paper. Honorable Nzwagele.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good morning to you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and Honorable members. I wish to make the following announcement. Not repeating, but we doff our hats off in tribute to the late former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Aziz Pahad, who passed away at his home this week, the age of 82. Mr. Pahad was responsible for developing the anti-apartheid movement in the UK and Europe. In 1985, he was elected as a member of the NEC of the African National Congress, a position he held until 2008. Mr. Pahad returned to South Africa in 1991, where he was appointed as a head of the African National Congress International Relations Committee. He joined the struggle at his early age as an anti-apartheid and was exiled. And he was the brother to former minister in the presidency, SE Pahad, who also sadly passed away in July this year. We convey our condolences to the ANC, the people of South Africa, and the rest of the Pahad family on this sad loss. We also, honorable members, wish to send our condolences to the granddaughter of the late President Nelson Mandela and struggle stalwart Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, who passed away this week, where she succumbed to cancer at the age of 43. Zoleka passed away the day before Mama Winnie Mandela's birthday, the day before William Nicol Square in Sandton was renamed Winnie Mandela Drive in honor of the late struggle icon. Zoleka was a fighter who ferociously fought abuse at the young age, and at a later in life battling cancer, which finally took her life. She will be remembered as an inspiration to all who were affected and living with cancer, but also as an activist. On Tuesday, we also received the sad news of the passing of KwaZulu-Natal Mission founder. Reverend Stegen's contribution to spiritual, economic, and social fabric of KwaZulu-Natal was immense, and his loss will be felt by all who lived and whose lives were touched. He played a huge role in stimulating the economy of our province for many years, and he was a brainchild behind Ikwezi Community Radio Station. On behalf of the provincial government, we convey our heartfelt condolences to all the families who have lost their loved ones. Honorable members, on the 23rd of September, we hosted Umkhosi Welembe, also known as Shaka Day, New Year's Wabantu Abantundu, at Stenga High School grounds. The The day commemorates the passing of the founder of the Zulu nation, King Shaka Ngakhona, more than 195 years ago. It also coincided with the 48th birthday of the reigning monarch, King, where we are said, Unwelo lude ndlulamithi, unwelo lude silo samabandla. King Shaka's legacy extends far beyond his military triumph. He was a unifier, bringing together various clans and tribes under a common banner. King Shaka fostered a sense of unity and belonging, instilling in his people a deep pride in their identity. His reign ushered in an era of progress and prosperity, leaving a lasting impact on our society. King Shaka was a pan-Africanist in his outlook and would have frowned upon those who discriminate against fellow Africans. As he had lived until today, King Shaka held women in very high esteem and would have ostracized those who engaged in gender-based violence and femicide. Our Heritage Day was held under a very colorful 24th of September. The inclement weather which engulfed the province did not dampen the spirit of thousands of people who attended the Heritage Day at Princess Makoko Stadium, KwaMashu. Deputy President Honorable Mashatile delivered a keynote address calling peace and unity to reign supreme in our province and also in South Africa. Heritage Day is a day on which all South Africans are encouraged to celebrate their culture and the diversity of their beliefs and traditions in wider context of a nation that belongs to all people who live in it. KwaZulu-Natal is a province that is rich in cultural heritage and it's home to the Zulu people who have long been a proud nation and have a proud history. The province is also home to a variety of other cultural groups, including Indian Africans from all other continents and white community. Honorable members, the two-day BRICS Labour and Employment Ministers meeting is underway at the Radical Blue Hotel in Umhlanga. Today and tomorrow, the theme of the BRICS is ensuring decent work, dignity and respect for all. The meeting is being hosted by the South African Department of Employment and Labour and is attended by labour and employment ministers from BRICS countries, including the international labour organizations. The BRICS Labour and Employment Ministers meeting is an important opportunity for BRICS countries to share best practices and develop joint strategies to address the challenges facing the labour markets. The meeting is also an opportunity to promote cooperation on global labour and employment issues, such as the promotion of decent work and sustainable development goals. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Premier. Now, Honourable members, we'll move to item number 5, which is tabling of reports or papers. The first one is the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature Budget Performance in-Year Monitoring Report for the month of August 2023, the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature Annual Report 2022-23, the Office of the Premier Annual Report 2022-23, the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs Annual Report 2022-23, KZN Film Commission Annual Report 2022-23, the RBIDZ Annual Report 2022-23, Moses Kotane Institute Annual Report 2022-23, Tourism KwaZulu-Natal Annual Report 2022-23, Gaming and Betting Annual Report 2022-23, Liquor Authority Annual Report 2022-23, Shark Sport Annual Report 2022-23, the Trade and Investment Annual Report 2022-23, Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife Annual Report 2022-23, Itala Development Finance Corporation Limited 2022-23 Annual Report, the KZN Growth Fund Annual Report 2022-23, and the ITALA Integrated Annual Report 2022-23. The Department of Education's Annual Report for 2022-23, the Department of Public Works and Human Settlements Annual Report for 2022-23, the annual report, they start with the Department of Public Works Annual Report for 2022-23, the Department of Human Settlements Annual Report for 2022-23, the KZN Rental Housing Tribunal Annual Report for 2022-23. Then we move to the next department, which is Transport, Community Safety and Liaison. The Department of Transport Annual Report 2022-23, Department of Community Safety and Liaison Annual Report 2022-23, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture Annual Report 2022-23, and the Fine Research Institute Annual Report 2022-23. Then the Department of Finance tables the KwaZulu-Natal Treasury Annual Report 2022-23, Financial and Fiscal Commission Annual Report 2022-23. Its annual report for 2022-23, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development's annual report for 2022-23, Agribusiness Development Agency Annual Report 2022-23. Then we go to the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Annual Report 2022-23, Traditional Levies and Trust Account Annual Report 2022-23. Honorable members, is there any tabling that we may have missed in the ones that were announced? If there is none, we will move to item number 6, but we will indulge whenever that comes. We will move to item number 6, which is formal motions or notices by the Chief Whip. I will give this opportunity to the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to Honorable Premier and Honorable members. I must say that there are no formal motions or notices by the Office of the Chief Whip. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mkhatshwa. We now move to item number 7 on the order paper, which is notices of bills and motions. Honorable member, I will start with the Honorable E.V. Dube, Bishop of the ANC.
Ngiyabonga somlomo ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyophakamisa kanje. Lendlu yancoma kakhulu uhlelo olubalekile kakhulu lezokuvakasha nokugcebeleka olwethulwe uHonorable Umthombeni. Lolu hlelo lwetourism luzovula amathuba amaningi futhi luqinise umnotho ngezinto ezingamafagugu esifundazwe sethu. Lesifundazwe singakha futhi siqinise umnotho, sivulela amathuba abantu abasha ngalolu hlelo. Ngakho ngiphakamisa ukuba sibhekise futhi inkohlakalo enuka phuhlu kuma NGOs ezokungcebeleka ikakhulukazi kuma NGOs njengoba sibonile eMngeni municipality lapho uMayor uPurpose esebenzise imali ngendlela engafanelekile. Siphakamisa ukuba umphathiswa wakwaCocta ake afake ucwaningo olunzulu ukuze kukhishwe abantu basempophomeni nakwaHhaze ehluphekweni imali ibisetshenziswa ngendlela engafanelekile. Sikhuthaza ukuba lendlu igqugquzele ezokuvakasha ongenabuhlanga futhi ezokuvakasha okuzokwenza ukuthi amathuba omsebenzi avele ngokubuka isifundazwe sethu iKwaZulu-Natal nasemkhandlwini waseMngeni. Ngiyophakamisa.
The next member is the Honorable G.N. Swart Bointombela of the ANC. Is Honorable Swart Bointombela, is she connected?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm connected.
It's your opportunity to table your motion. Honorable Sort Point Ombela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the next sitting day of this House, I'll move on behalf of the African National Congress as follows.
Sort Point Ombela, please show your face, Honorable. Thank you, my leader.
On this next sitting day, I'll move as follows, on behalf of the African National Congress. This House notes the Heritage Day is annually held on September 24 to recognize and celebrate the cultural wealth of our nation. Further notes that the purpose of Heritage Day is to preserve two diverse cultures that make up South Africa's population, including historical legacies, languages, and the food we consume. This House therefore resolves that the theme for this year's Heritage Month is celebrating our cultural diversity in a democratic South Africa, which intends to promote a national identity that is self-conscious of its liberation heritage, which will in turn promote unity in diversity among all sectors of South Africa's society. I so move. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The next member is Honorable MP Kwala.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Leader of the official opposition and the House, as well as Oketegile Dr. Mahlab. Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting day of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes ANC's attacks on the Service Delivery Pact between the IFP and the DA by accusing the IFP of being an apartheid collaborator, a hypocrisy of the highest order. We must recall that the ANC did the same when it met the National Party in 1990-1991 for bilateral talks about talks to establish the preconditions for substantive negotiations codified in the Grooteske Minute. This House resolved to warn the ANC to stop its slanderous propaganda exercise of deliberately misleading the nation by distorting facts about the IFP to suit its political agenda towards 2024 general elections. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable PN Msimango.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Hlabisa, Leader of Opposition. On the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Up to 21 September, a total number of 50 HPAI-7 outbreak and 10 HPAI-5 outbreak were reported. There's 3 HPAI-5 outbreak are within KZN. The reported numbers of chicken culled is 1,318,521. Figures. There has been a total loss of 1,426,226 chickens. This will result into a shortage of eggs and the chickens meat. So this House resolved to call upon the MEC of Agriculture, Honorable Super Zuma, to reveal the prevention measures of H5 and H7 outbreak, if there is any, to the department to safeguard our poultry industry. I shall so move, Honourable Speaker.
Then the next member is Honorable Dr. Aikika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting while the Western Cape Provincial Parliament provides for weekly questions without notice to the Premier, our Premier not only has the luxury of 16 days notice once in a while, which she sought to have deferred because of her globe-trotting schedule, instead of placing the province first. The DA wanted to ask her about placing eThekwini under administration and the excessive and merciless political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. Instead, through consultation, the majority of the members of this House sanctioned her dereliction of legislature duty. This House resolves, consider reviewing the rules to allow for Premier's questions without notice more frequently. So shall I move.
The next member is Honorable L.M. Mayor.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of the House as follows. This House notes that a tide of change is washing over the province of KZN as the people of this province unite behind a new hope. Two parties who are serious about the future of our people have set their differences aside and now work together for the good of all. That Councillor Chris Buerta, the DA, was elected as Deputy Mayor of Umhlatuze, and it now joins Premier in waiting Chris Pappas in delivering quality services to all people. This House therefore resolves to congratulate Councillor Buerta on his election of Deputy Mayor and to congratulate the people of Umhlatuze with their path for being on the path to effective government that they're finally on. Thank you.
Next member is Honorable M. Tembe.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, Speaker. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. We saw the devastation of unpaid SASSA grants throughout the country. Elderly were left to stand in lines waiting with no communication of when their only source of income is going to come from. In a province like KwaZulu-Natal, where poverty is rife, this is a line too far. The House therefore resolves the MEC of Social Development urgently calls for a meeting with the Minister of Social Development to make sure that the issue like this does not happen again to the people of KZN. Thank you.
Honorable Estakur Rajbansu.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Minority Front congratulates the Honourable Prime Minister of Bharat, that is India, on hosting a successful G20 summit themed One Earth, One Family, One Future, noting that the New Delhi Leaders' Declaration was unanimously passed on the 10th of September 2023 by all countries, further noting that India, being a key BRICS member, ensured that the African Union gained membership in this elite G20 economic grouping so that no one is left behind. This Honourable House notes this feat being the result of South Africa choosing strategic partnerships for Africa's progress. Moved by Mrs. S. Thakur Rajbansi of the Minority Front. Thank you.
The next member, thank you, Mrs. Rajbansi. The next member is Honorable SE Manqele of the ACDP.
Angibingelele somlomo nesekela lakho umama uPremier baba uhlabisa hlonishwa nabo bonke oza kwethu ngokuhlala kwalendlu ukulandelayo ngiyokuphakamisa kanje Umshado uyinto ehloniphekile eyamiswa uNkulunkulu phakathi kwesifazane nowesilisa. Ngakho-ke akufanele ukuba uthathwe kalula nje. Uyisimiso esethembile sikaNkulunkulu uba sikhulise abantwana abaqotho abanokwakha isizwe esiqotho. Ngakho-ke le ndlu ngiyacela ukuba iphakamise ukuba kukhuthazwe ukuganana kulabo abanethuba lakho nokuqwashisa ngokwenza imibuthano ngenhloso yokwakha imizi nangenhloso yokuzala abantwana abazokhuliswa ngobuqotho. Ngiyakuphakamisa.
The next member is Honorable M.E. Phakathi. I don't know why members are looking this side. They should be looking towards M.E. Phakathi. I'm fully protected by the Constitution of the Republic, honorable members. Honorable M.E. Phakathi. Is not in the house. Therefore, we will move to the next member, Honorable H.U. Depur. I'm fully protected. Honorable H.U. Depur.
Thank you, Honourable Madam Speaker. Good morning, honourable colleagues. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, noting that more than 100,000 residents and hundreds of businesses were left without water for 8 days in what has now been described as the North Durban water crisis. That provincial government essentially washed its hands of the crisis, failing to effectively intervene and assist a largely dysfunctional eThekwini municipality led by the ANC. That schools were closed for days while rumors of sabotage ran rampant, while the whole provincial cabinet sat on their hands as investment and tourism seeped away. That this House resolves for Premier Nomusa Dube-Ngcobo and her cabinet to simply resign and make way for incumbent Premier candidate Chris Pappas, who truly cares about the citizens and its economy. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The next member is Honorable E.V. Bapti.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker, honourable members. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that the South African Human Rights Commission report on water services in the province identified systemic and wide-ranging failures by water authorities and municipalities. The report identified a severe weakness in the communication from municipalities and from authorities with their public representatives and the public in general. This House resolves to call upon the MEC of COGTA to ensure that the communication systems and customer services regime in the Ugu district is improved and measured through a customer satisfaction survey. So shall I move.
The next member is Honorable M. Nye.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that since 2010, beneficiaries of the Presidential Housing Project Lansdowne have had to deal with the result of several construction fails that has made their living conditions unbearable, dangerous, and inhumane. In 2014, the NHBRC was requested to conduct a forensic engineering assessment on this project. Recommendations were made, but never materialized despite concerns. This House resolves that the MEC for Human Settlements immediately call for an update to the 2014 NHBRC report, implement the recommendations, and bring closure to this project. I so move.
The next member is Honorable N.J. Ngwanyana.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to you. Greetings to the Premier, to our Leader of the Opposition, Honorable L.V. Hlabisa, and all the members in the House. Speaker, on the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes that around 1,509 bodies are unclaimed in government mortuaries, which is in violation of health regulations and is posing a serious health hazard to mortuary staff. A deceased person remains also need to be treated with necessary dignity and respect. It is unfathomable that some unclaimed corpses date back to 2017. This is most prevalent in Fort Napier Mortuary in Pietermaritzburg. This House resolved to call upon the KZN MEC for Health, Namagugu Smelane, to provide plans to address this issue, which deserves an urgent solution. She must take the public into her confidence about these delays by the Health Department. I shall so move.
The next member is the Honorable T.P. Mthethwa.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, the leader of official opposition, Bulawayo. Angifisa ukuhlala kuze kubuhlungu wonke umzimba. On the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes the allegation made by a governing board member at Nkongolwana Primary School in Hlobane, Vryheid, on how a principal landed his job by offering a bribe of 3 cattle and 120,000.
Please hold.
You have the link.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. You can continue, ma'am. Continue, not start afresh. Continue. Memo Mkhulu.
On how a principal landed his job by offering a bribe of 3 cattle and 120,000 in cash to the SGP members. Further, they sold the post of a deputy principal for 80,000. It is evident that the process of selecting candidates for appointment in the education sector is rigged with inconsistencies. This House resolved to call upon the KZN MEC for Education, Honorable Mbari Fraser, to institute an urgent investigation into this matter, to call for a review of the process of hiring of teachers. I shall so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Dr. Masaba and Honorable Majola, I heard the Honorable Member saying that she's having some pains. As health practitioners, do find time to assist her outside because I have a responsibility to all members in the House. The next member to table a motion. The next member, you said you have pains, Honorable Member. I'm assisting you. Now sit down. Sit down. They are going to take you outside to help you. The next member is Honorable M.A. Dex.
Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting day of this House, on behalf of the ANC, I shall move as follows. The House notes with deep sadness the passing of African National Congress Councillor Mr. Zwandile Shandu on Wednesday, the 20th of September 2023. Two further notes that Mr. Shandu served as a councillor for Ward 7 within the Mkambatini local municipality. The House therefore resolved that no political party can benefit out of political killings, and it affects the province and all political parties adversely. With his demise, the province has lost a capable, dedicated, and fearless leader. We condemn the cruel and shameful acts committed in our province of political killings and trust that the criminal justice system will ensure prompt punishment. I so move. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable B.N. Mthethwa. Honorable B.N. Mthethwa. Qofa Nyambose, qofa asikuzwa. Unmute yourself, Nyambose. Unmute yourself. Honorable Mthethwa. Honorable Mthethwa, your mic is off. Your mic is off. Honorable Nxumalo, I may have to have a problem because the mic is off, no? What is the mic on there? When you look at the mic, unless it's a technical problem, is the mic on, Secretary? When you look at the mic, is the mic on? The mic is not. The mic is not on. Check that. Is the mic on? Okay, honorable members, the mic is unmuted, but we cannot hear him. I am going to move to Honorable Majola. The IT will be assisting him. But honorable members, it remains a responsibility of a member to be in an area that has full coverage. Now I call upon, as they are still assisting him, Honorable Nxumalo, if he is still unable, the other available opportunity is that he sends the motion through and the motion be read by someone else in the House. Otherwise, he will miss his opportunity. But now may I hand over to the Honorable N.R. Majola.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in the next sitting of this House, on behalf of ANC, I shall move as follows. This House notes the continuous ugly face of gender-based violence affecting the community of Umzumbe local municipality. As from the first quarter of this year, the list has gone up to 76 cases that have been attended by the social workers and other partners. This has been seen and experienced recently by Nqece family that has lost their 8-year-old girl child, who got lost from Makoso's primary school and never returned home. The body was found not far from home in a bad state. May her soul rest in peace. This House resolves intensification of crime fighting by KZN. This House resolves intensification of crime fighting by KZN police, implementing the 4 major pillars that the government have in place. I shall so move.
Thank you, Honorable Majola. We now go back to Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Speaker. You hear me now?
Yes, Honorable Nyambose. Siyakuzwa
You hear
manje.
me now? Thank you very
Yes,
much.
we are.
I'm sorry, Speaker. On the next sitting day of this House, on behalf of the ANC, I shall move as follows. This House notes with shock and profound sadness the passing away of the South African writer, the activist, and the granddaughter of liberation strike icon Zoleka Mandela on Monday, 25 September 2023. The House further notes she had been in a recovery from breast cancer. She had back leave for years. She later received a liver and a lung cancer diagnosis that had advanced and spread quickly. The House therefore resolved to send our heartfelt condolences to the family and the friends and calls upon women to utilize government facilities for early detention purposes, as Mandela raised awareness about cancer prevention as well as breaking the stigma surrounding the disease. This will ensure that her principles will continue to benefit and inspire South African of all generations. I so move. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Thank you that your problem was attended to and you were patient. The next matter now, we are going to the main orders of the day, honorable members. We have dispensed with the motions, notices for motions. We're now going to the main orders, and the first debate on the order paper is the debate on the party motion as moved of the ACDP, as moved by the Honorable SE Manqele in the House on the 15th of September 2022. I therefore call upon the Honorable SE Manqele, the mover of the motion, to introduce his motion for 10 minutes. Ukubaba Manqele, now we're not 10 minutes, bafethu. Manqele, u-10 minutes longa uthandi, sithi yakubiza, naku no 10 minutes.
Greeting you, Honourable Speaker, and the Deputy Speaker, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Mrs. Nube, Leader of Business of the House, Honourable Duma, the Leader of the Opposition Party and the President of the IFP, Honourable Hlabisa, ACDP members who are in the gallery, all colleagues, dignitaries, greeting you in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. The ACDP motion read as thus. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. That we are alarmed by a recent report on the latest crime statistics in South Africa, which revealed that KwaZulu-Natal is the country's most deadly province, and that out of 6,424 murder cases reported between April and June of 22, an alarming number of 1,623, which is 25.2%, cases occurred in KwaZulu-Natal. This House therefore resolved to urgently address this matter by calling on the province and legislature to embark on Stop Crime campaign and to collect illegal firearms from individuals and affected communities to help push back the rampant crime within our province. Crime has become an extraordinary problem of our age, and preventing it has become a priority for many states all over the world. South African crime rates remain on the highest in the world. Police Minister Honorable Peggy Cele has presented the latest crime statistic for South Africa, covering for the first quarter of 2023-24 administrative year, which running from April to June 2023. He mentioned that violence crime, like murder, is tracking lower in the first quarter compared to the same period last year, with 6,228 murder recorded vs 6,424 murder in the previous year. The difference is just 3%, even though this statistic is still too high. Everybody knows and understands that high rate of violence crime leads to a negative impact on investment climate and can deter or delay both domestic and foreign investment and ultimately economic growth. It erodes the development of human capital as well as social capital and in turn constrains the potential for growth. It diverts public resources away from public uses that have a potential much higher impact on social development and growth in areas such as policing and justice. Therefore, effective criminal justice system is needed in South Africa to eliminate of the desire and opportunity to commit crime. The word of God in Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16 says, "There are 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 that are in abomination to him: haughty eyes, lying tongues, a hand that shed innocent blood, a heart that diverts wicked plans, feet that make haste to run to evil, a false witness who breathing out lies, and one who sow discord among brothers." It is not only violence associated with criminal activities and depicted above, but phenomena such as domestic violence, violence labor protest, violence economic beginning, and violence behavior on the sports field are also becoming common in South Africa today. South Africa has a violent past dating back to the first contact between migration tribes and the emergence of settlements because of process of colonization. Early history was characterized by tribal wars, wars about land, racial conflict, internal friction between blacks and whites, Afrikaner and British, and violent clashes between ethnic groups. Violence in South Africa has become a method of solving a problem. As Holy Community, the Church must ensure that it plans and action comply with the normal principles of the Scripture as they are expressed in the 10 Commandments. These principles are amply described and explained in one of the books by Doma. Lacking of doing so compromises the Church, as was so often case in the history of South Africa. Long ago, we used to sing Nkosi Sikelel' Africa. Their voices should be much more audible when it comes to violence against women, children, criminality, and system violence. The government must formulate a strong partnership with the Church to assist on Stop Crime campaign. The regulations of firearms should be strengthened by incorporating additional measures to ensure that firearms licenses are granted only to responsible gun owners. Former license holders should be implored to hand over their illegal firearms to SAPS if they are unwilling to obtain a license for their firearms. These unlicensed firearm owners should be convicted and be fined heavily for their violation and lack of support for the provision of the state. The problem of SAPS providing firearms to criminals require a serious forum. In recent 2021 case, remember that 158 firearms were stolen from the Norwood police station in Durban, which indicates that SAPS has not been able to address the problem. It is recommended that all SAPS officials involved in the control of firearms asset be subject to a regular psychometric test. Such tests will determine whether these officials are conducting their duties with honor and discipline. It is also recommended that the SAPS establish a dedicated and independent team to address the issue of illegal firearm within our regime. You remember previously there was a team called Internal Stability, which was specializing on illegal firearms. Violence in South Africa has many causes and phases. It needs a multi-faceted approach. In this process, churches and government has an important role to play as moral agent, motivating by the Christian social ethic laws of the country. To be involved in all the above mentioned means that churches and government can contribute to solving the problem of violence and set a sign of hope for the troubled South African community. And ngale kwalokho siyadinga ukuthi sibuye ama-campaign okwavunyelwana ngayo kulendlu siwabone ukuthi ayaqhubeka ayenzeka ngoba ngaphandle kokuqwashisa sivuselelane asiyukwazi ukulwa nale mpethu ehlasele izwe lethu. I thank you, Speaker.
Now we will start. The members that will be starting the debate for 9 minutes is the Honorable MEC MP Nkonyeni. On behalf of the ANC, Sisomdala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier of the Province of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable MECs, Honorable members who are in this House and those who are connected virtually, may I greet you all. Honorable Speaker, may I start off by dedicating my speech to a young woman, Ms. Thando Gumede, who is a young scientist residing in an area, in a very remote rural area of KwaMnqobokazi, eMkhanyakude, who has managed to establish a school of science, technology, and innovation, whose objective is to promote STEM subjects from grade 1 up to grade 12 using her own resources. She has been crowned as Miss South Africa. She has been crowned as Miss South Africa for promoting the important STEM subjects. And may I also express our sincerest gratitude to our Honorable Premier, Zwagele, for intervening in her situation, thereby allowing her to go and participate in a contest which is going to promote science, technology, and innovation at a global stage. We hope that Nzwagele, that young lady, will come back in our province in order to promote technological interventions that will allow us to fight against crime.
They will develop applications as young people to track criminals, to also track those who are stealing our livestock, and also capacitate other young people. We are really, really proud of that young woman. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the topic that has been raised by Honorable Manqele, I would like to begin by reminding the House about the fact that the historical background of both apartheid and systematic colonialism is by and large responsible for the continuous systemic perpetuation of crime, lawlessness, poverty, unemployment, and inequality in this country. We argue that apartheid was instituted on and represented an escalation of the colonial system of subjudication of Africans, Coloureds, and Indians. The law enforcement agencies were only established to persecute the black majority, lacking the essence of law, crime prevention, and community policing. In KwaZulu-Natal, the state-sponsored crimes during apartheid were common. These include the incident in various areas, including KwaShoba in the South Coast, where 19 people were murdered. They were brutally murdered in cold blood for choosing the ANC as their political home. In the Midlands and in other townships, it was the same. In fact, in the entire province of KwaZulu-Natal, KwaZulu-Natal became a crime scene. Various publishers indicated that in the 70s, South Africa had high rates of violent crime and organized crimes compared to other countries, and had a known reputation for being consistent as one of the highest murder rates in the world. For instance, in the New York Times in 1978, the New York Times published more than 75% of the killings that were committed with firearms, whose widespread distribution places white South Africans among the most heavily armed citizens in the world. It was very glaring during the July unrest that most white people in the province of KwaZulu-Natal do possess firearms. Almost in all families, they do possess firearms. Whilst in 1977, there were more than 1.3 million firearms in white hands. Ask yourself, where are those firearms? One for every family. Whites who opposed equality for blacks frequently pointed to the crime rate in the black community, overlooking the similarly high rate of crime amongst that were perpetrated by whites at that particular point. This is our view rendered the society, in our view, that rendered the society more armed white people, even more than the law enforcement agencies. And it is our considered view that apartheid and colonialism are still the reason for South African people to face abject poverty, and also that today we are reeling with an issue of unemployment rate which is quite high, just because of the policies that were developed at that particular time. You can imagine if through Bantu education you were taught to dissect a tadpole, you know, and the locust. What are those people doing right now? In other words, the apartheid system was actually producing potential criminals. It is very true. So we need to argue, Honorable Member, who has raised this matter, that indeed the current government, which is led by the ANC, is still dealing with that barbaric system, the acts of that barbaric system of the apartheid era. Of course, we are trying our best to combat crime. There are various crimes that are really hurting us, like the gender-based violence and femicide, human trafficking, drug trafficking. And you can imagine and ask yourself, who are the perpetrators of drug trafficking? Who are the perpetrators of human trafficking? There is gangsterism in other provinces. But we must also highlight the fact that we were fortunate enough to have a very, very practical or pragmatic police commissioner in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi is actively involved in fighting crime, working together with MEC Shomuka. Their actions are there for everyone to see. Honourable members, the ANC-led government committed to creating a better South Africa, free of crime and social ills, as evident in the adoption of the first policy position, the Reconstruction and Development Programme, that was meant to completely eradicate poverty, racism, and inequality. The RDP on peace and security is succinctly clear that people should be at the center, which will enable building, and therefore, Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. I have not concluded my speech.
I was allowing you to finish the sentence, but then I was allowing you to finish the sentences, but you then left it off. But anyway, the next speaker for 6 minutes is the Honourable MV Gwala.
Honorable Speaker, Excellency, the Premier of the province, Honorable Leader of the official opposition, honorable members, guests. The latest crime statistics covering the first quarter of 2023-2024 administrative year, which runs from April to June 2023, revealed that violent crime like murder is tracking lower in the first quarter compared to the same period last year, with 6,228 murders recorded, vis-a-vis 6,424 murders in the previous period. 6,228 murders over a period of 3 months are a staggeringly high number, averaging 68 murders a day in the country. Further, although the crime statistics report revealed that the number of murders in the province of KwaZulu-Natal decreased from 1,623 to 1,584 cases, we are not satisfied. Inanda and Umlazi have been identified as the number 1 and number 2 areas with the highest murder rates, respectively, both in the country and in the province. Also, the statistics for crimes recorded between January and March 2023 revealed that a total of 6,289 people were murdered in the first 3 months of the year between January and March this year, which translates to a 3.4% increase compared to the same period in 2022, where 6,083 people had their lives snuffed out, but a decrease compared to the previous 3 quarters. In addition, 7,004 people were killed by other persons in South Africa in the second quarter of 2022-2023 financial year. It is clear that the situation in KwaZulu-Natal is untenable. Something has to be done as citizens are living in constant fear of being robbed or even killed by gun-toting criminals who are on the rampage and ruling the province with impunity. The killing of councillors and ordinary citizens proves that KZN is a province at war. This has led to many people requiring bodyguards and improving security measures in their homes in order to protect themselves. Mass killings are another cause for concern. As the IFP, we have raised the issue of incompetence on the part of the Crime Intelligence Unit on numerous occasions. The IFP maintains that the unit has a responsibility to be on the ground, gathering information, firstly, to prevent atrocities from taking place, and secondly, to arrest those who plan to commit these crimes. However, on numerous occasions, criminals appear to be streets ahead of the unit. KwaZulu-Natal cannot be held hostage by ruthless criminals and murderers. Crime prevention can be broken down into people, place, and situation-orientated strategies. The people-orientated strategy is usually known as crime prevention through social development. Place-orientated strategy are known as crime prevention through environmental design. When combined with situational approaches, the strategies form a holistic and effective crime prevention package. It cannot be a business-as-usual approach with a piecemeal effort as gun-toting criminals do as they please in our society. We implore KZN authorities to unlock the political will to tackle the crime that has engulfed the province. We cannot afford to have communities turned into no-go areas due to criminals. The IFP calls for an urgent assessment of Umlazi and Inanda police stations to ascertain whether they are equipped with the necessary resources to deal with high rates of crime. If not, more resources must be provided. The increasing availability of weapons has helped drive rising insecurity and crime in KZN, where guns are commonly used to commit a range of crimes. It is the duty of the authorities to launch a thorough investigation on armed syndicates, whether guns used by criminals to kill are smuggled into the province or if syndicates collude with gun sellers to buy illegal guns. The IFP believes that if KwaZulu-Natal is going to address crime, law requires urgent reform as lax regulations on ammunition contribute to South Africa's gun violence epidemic. The discovery of an ammunition manufacturing machine seized from Guamashu Hostel, north of Durban, indicates that criminals are not afraid of committing crimes and going to jail. The current national debate about gun violence is largely focused on firearms. Who should have them? What types of firearms should be allowed? Oh, I'll come back, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
The next speaker for 8 minutes is Honorable S. Hussein of the DA.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, as we have done on many occasions, to raise our voices on the increasing crime rate in our province. Two things have always been consistent in this province. The first is that criminals do as they please and they get away with it. The second is a government that has no idea what to do. So short are they on ideas that the most senior person in this government, the Premier, thinks that the solution to this complex problem lies in a panic button. Their solutions to respond to over 280,000 crimes committed in our province lies in a panic button. South Africans have stopped counting the number of crimes. It has become the norm in our society, and we all have learned to live our lives according to the rules set by criminals, not our government. Children have the inherent right in our laws to grow up in a safe society, protected from abuse and harm. But they cannot exercise that freedom because criminals are in charge, not the ANC. Children don't walk our streets or play in our parks anymore. They are locked up in homes behind high walls and locked gates because our government, instead of making our communities safer, they're handing out useless panic buttons. Women too have the inherent right in our laws to go wherever they wish, whenever they wish, wherever they wish. But we cannot exercise the freedom to do so because criminals are in charge, not the ANC. You will hardly ever find a woman walking alone on our streets at night anymore. You will either get robbed, raped, or killed, and in most cases, all of the above. This was the experience of a woman who I refer to as Sarah. She was one of the lucky ones. So common is her experience that now even we have a common term for people like her. She is a rape survivor. She was a victim of a heinous crime and changed the trajectory of her life forever. As she mustered up the courage to report the violation of a young female body, she was hopeful that she would find comfort, compassion, and protection from the police to get justice from the violation of her rights. Unfortunately, what follows was a horrific experience which redefined her understanding of a very institution to set up specifically to serve and protect her rights. After entering a local police station, she was met by an overweight, unprofessional, and uncaring policeman who began interrogating her as if she was the perpetrator of a crime. She was questioned repeatedly in full view of other officers. Her choice of clothing and her reason for being out at night became the topic of the interrogation. She walked away knowing that while she has all the rights protected in our laws, she does not have the freedom to exercise those rights in this government. In fact, they are not in charge, criminals are. This is not an uncommon story. It is a story of thousands of women in our country, every day, all over KZN and South Africa. The ANC is a government of choice for criminals, not a government for women and children. Criminals have more freedom of movement than we do. Speaker, KZN has consistently had one of the highest crime rates in South Africa, and we continue to see an increase in rape and murder, making our province the hotbed of violence and suffering. The recent release of Global Organized Crime Index reveals that South Africa has been overtaken by a mafia state. The report showed that South Africa was rated 7th highest crime capital in the world out of 193 countries. The crime networks were often fueled by corrupt relationships, which has led to the crisis in government and law enforcement. The report further states, the ruling party has used its majority in parliament to block crucial legislative oversight investigations, protecting its representatives from corruption and inquiries. These are the words not of the DA, but from the Global Organized Crime Index report. But it reiterates what we have been saying for a while now. This useless ANC government and the government of choice for criminals, they are in charge. Police were promised body cams, installation of cameras in hotspot areas.
Honorable members, I'm not stopping you on what you are doing, but the volume now has gone beyond the volume of the speaker. Now, your volume down. Continue, Honorable Hussein.
Police were promised body cams, installation of cameras in hotspot areas, the use of drone technology, and more resources were all promised to this province. 10 million rand was allegedly requested from each department to support this initiative in order for this to be a success. As you know, most departments are struggling to find 10 million rand that was mentioned. The people in our province only received panic buttons. 7 months later, I can confirm to this House that KZN is now a rape and murder capital of this country, and crime continues to increase. But this does not embarrass the ANC. They are too far gone to care anymore. They are only concerned about tenders. KZN is a shopping mall for hitmen. They can hire them anywhere, anytime, and they're always on sale. They reside in this province right under the noses of law enforcement, and in some cases, the law enforcement officers are involved in high priority crime. But the ANC does not care. They care about tenders. For years now, over 400 cameras in eThekwini do not work. Listen, Premier. For years now, 400 cameras in eThekwini do not work. The drones are missing. The body cams.
Honorable Hussein, Honorable Taile, Honorable Taile, Honorable Taile, please withdraw that. The last part, please withdraw it, ma'am. Please withdraw it, Honorable Taile. Thank you, Honorable Member. May continue that part.
For years now, over 400 cameras in eThekwini do not work. The drones are missing. The body cams for SAPS officers are still in talks. The lack of police resources remains an urgent and critical issue. Visible policing recruitment continues to fall behind. But the ANC don't care. They only care about tenders. Criminals have free rein in our province and are more updated with technology and have more firepower than our own SAPS.
Please take your seat. The time, Madam Secretary. Honorable Mapena.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on Rule 57, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, let's go to Rule 57. Which one?
B.
Okay.
I beg your pardon, if whether the member itself, I think it's D, is willing to take a question specifically relating to the fact that the panic buttons do not work at all.
Okay, now you are asking, Honorable Hussein.
No, the Speaker will
Honorable Hussein.
The Speaker will rule.
Come back.
The Speaker will rule.
She's asking whether.
No, the Speaker will rule. The Speaker is here.
Okay, the Honorable Mapena, you better trust me. You sent the question to me. You rose to me. So allow me to proceed with it. Leave the other honorable members. Honorable Hussein, Honorable Mapena is checking whether you're willing to take a question.
She knows nothing.
Yes.
Okay, she's willing to take a question. Have the time rolling, Madam Secretary. Have the time rolling. Go on with your question, Honorable Mapena.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Member attests or alludes to the fact that the Premier only uses, or the only tool of trying to protect our people is panic buttons. This is incorrect. I would like to find out from her if this is information she has a material facts about. And the second part to it, Honorable Speaker, is whether or not she thinks these particular buttons do not work at all. I ask because, Honorable Speaker, we've been on the ground and we've heard our people being grateful for the very thing. Thank you.
What is the question, Speaker?
Yeah.
Honorable.
Yeah, well.
Honorable members, hold the time. Hold the time now at 39. Hold the time at 39. Honorable members,
I had over
when you agree to take a question, your question will be taken from your time. You are aware of that. So there is no use for you to start shouting at Honorable Mapena. Honorable Mapena understood the rules and asked a question, and Honorable Hussein granted her. Now we're listening to the question. Now we are coming to you, Honorable Hussein, to respond to the question. The time must roll.
So, Speaker, just so I get clarity on this.
The time will be rolling, but anyway.
Okay, so I'm going to respond, but it's going to go over my time. Because it was a very long open statement that she gave. So let me explain to you. The Democratic Alliance, under the leadership of Honorable Francois Rogers, we did a road show and we visited community policing forums. We had also visited police stations, and community policing forums also indicated to us that panic buttons were received at SAPS police stations. in Chatsworth. You're welcome to go, Premier. You should know this information. While the Can I continue, Speaker?
Your time has finished. The next speaker on
Well,
the
Premier,
podium,
maybe you should go and do an oversight. We're doing your job for you.
On behalf of the EFF, the next speaker on the podium is Honorable, according to my paper, it's saying Honorable P.P. Herricks and says she has an apology. I say there's Honorable P.P. Herricks here in the House. The next speaker is Honorable P.P. Herricks for 6 minutes on behalf of the EFF.
Where's the button? Show us. Show us the button.
The next speaker, Honorable Herricks.
Oh.
Greetings, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members. Honourable Speaker, that apology was sent or prior to the apology being sent, I was not made aware of the fact that I'm debating on the ACDP motion. I've just come to realize that now, since I'm seeing it now. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. That concludes the contribution by the EFF to the debate. Now we move to the next. The next speaker is Honorable C.M. Shinga, is not in the House and has apologized. The next speaker on behalf of the ANC for 9 minutes is Honorable M.A. Chiliza, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety.
Thank you, Somlomo. Greetings, Somlomo nendlu yonke. Siyabingelela kakhulu kule nkulumo mpikiswane nesihloko nokho esibalekile kakhulu kuthina. Somlomo, I prepared my speech in Zulu, but I feel that I have to start by some responses to the previous speaker. You see, Speaker, the problem that Honorable Hussein is ignoring is that in Cape Town, where they always refer, there's no other province that has crime more than Cape Town, Western Cape, in particular in black areas. Even in other provinces, even here in KZN, where they are in charge, they use something called public profiling. Public profiling is when you see a black man next to your yard, you call police. When you see a white person, you are fine. It's just trolling, it's okay. So that is what the DA is doing. That is why now she calls the ANC government useless. Actually, you become useless when you do not service the whole every people in your province. Now, what they are doing now, they pick and choose who must be protected, and they protect white people more than black people. So that is why they criticizing the ANC. You see the ANC. Let me tell you. You see the ANC. ANC programs are protecting everyone. Our programs are dealing with everyone in our province, black and white. You see, so you must understand. You must fix your house first, then come and criticize here. You see, and I'm saying you ignore it because I know that you know it. You know that Cape Town is the worst area when it comes to crime. You see? So, and those people who are killed, they are not killed in what areas? You must know that if you don't know it. But I know you know it. Somlomo, ngifisa ukusho nje ukuthi ke siwukhongolose izwe sasiphokophele kulona ilapha abantu bezozizwa bephephile ukuhlala kulo baphinde bathole ukusizakala enhlakeni ezokugcinwa komthetho njengoba sasikubekile nakumqulu wenkululeko lubeke enhlakeni zezwe ezahlukahlukene kanye nangaphandle kwezwe lapho ke sasimeme naye uqobo uhulumeni lo engcindezelo eyayikhona iDA kuwona njalo lo uhulumeni nokho abazange bazibalibhade kulapho ke savumelana khona ukuthi ke amasosha namaphoyisa ayovuleleka kona wonke umuntu aphinda avike asize aphinda avikele umphakathi siyakubona nokho ukuthi phezulu kwezinhlelo ezikhona ke ezibe impumelelo eziningi zazo kodwa siyazi ukuthi kukhona lapho kusafanele kulungiswe khona.
Please take a seat. Honorable Hussein.
Speaker.
Take your seat, Honorable please. Who's the member that was speaking there? Who's the honorable member that was speaking there? Honorable Kika? Where is Honorable Kika? There was an honorable member.
Honorable Speaker, it was Honorable Singh.
Honorable Singh. Stop assisting us because the manner that you did it, I don't know how it is said in English. Kodwa ngesiZulu inokuchwenza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, no, don't say thank you. In fact, you have to apologize for it.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank you. Honorable Hussein, I'm so sorry, Honorable Member. May you go back to what rule you are rising on?
57(1)(d).
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, we are requesting to have the attention because it's 57(1)(d). You can come back, Honorable Chiliza. The honorable member is checking whether you are available to take a question.
No, not now. She can ask maybe outside during lunch.
He's not
It's
available.
fine. He's scared.
He's
It's
not
fine.
available.
Understand.
Yeah.
You
It's
can
good.
continue, Mdunge.
Sithi ke njengoba sazi ukuthi ke kuloko okuningi okudinga ukwenziwa ukukhombisa ukuthi ngempela sizibophezele kulweni nobugebengu umengameli einkulumeni zakhe ukubeka wacaca ukuthi kumele kuqinisekiswe ukubonakala kwamaphoyisa emphakathini uqeqesho olunzulu kanye nokunezezelwa kweyinsiza emaphoyiseni kakhulukazi eziteshini zamaphoyisa. So khumbula ukuthi noNdunankulu wesifundazwe ukubalulile ukuthi yonke iminyango ngaphansi kwakhe kumele ilwisane nobugebengu ibambe iqhaza elibonakalayo futhi iminyango lena ikwazi ukuthi inikele noma ngegidi ezishumi umnyango ngamunye kulwa nalesihlava lesi. Njengoba sesabalola futhi phambili uhulumeni wethu ukhongolo usungamasa okulwisana nobugebengu ezweni nje lilonke kanye nakwisifundazwe sethu okunye kwako kuyikho ukutshala amaphoyisa abonakale aqeqeshwa ngendlela efanele izinsiza zisebenza zibe khona ngaphezulu kwaloko kodwa somlomo sinezinhlelo zokubandakanya umphakathi ngokohlelo lwezinhlaka zikahulumeni ezakhiwe ngawo umphakathi kanye nezakhiwe yiwo umphakathi uqobo futhi ezibambe iqhaza elibonakalayo ekulwisane nobugebengu. Singabala nje indawo ezimbalwa lasezikhona lapho eNanda, eManguza, ePotchefstroom, eMthwalume nakwezinye indawo ezidinga ukuba kwenziwe uhulumeni ekudinga ukuba kwenziwe uhulumeni kulezi zinhlaka kuba zihlonzwe ukuthi nje ke ziqeqeshwe ukuze zingaphuli umthetho. Ingakho nje ikomiti lesishamthetho lezokuphepha komphakathi kanye nokuxhunyiswa kwawo liqale izinhlelo zokuhambela ama-district noma izifunda eziyishumi kulesifundazwe sethu ukuhlonza lezi zinhlaka nokuqinisa ubudlelwano. Sizokuqonda kahle futhi ukuthi ukudlanga kodlame lwemindeni oluhlukumeza kakhulu abesifazane nezingane kanye nodlame lokuhlukumeza okudlangile ukuhlukumezwa okubhekiswe kubantu besifazane ngenxa nje yobulili babo ukuthi bayibantu besifazane kanye nobuthaka babo ngezinye izikhathi. Kepha ke ngenxa yokusebenzisana nalezi zinhlaka zomphakathi ziba neqhaza elikhulu kule nkinga. Ngingabalula nje lapho ukhona umhlonishwa kwakubalula lapho kulahleke khona ingane eneminyaka eyisishiyagalombili emakhosi emthwalume. Kuphumelelwa leli komiti lomphakathi lahamba layifuna ingane isonto lonke laze layithola ngeshwa layithola seyishonile nokho besithanda ukonakala nomzimba ibulewe. So uyabona ukuthi ke le inhlaka lezi zibaleke kangakanani ngoba ziyazinikela bekungalalwa ubusuku nemini kufunwa lengane. Uma sengiphetha nje somlomo ngifisa ukuhlaba ikhwela okokuqala kuwo wonke nje amaqembu akhona la kulendlu ukuthi abamisane nenhlangano ebusayo kakhulu ngolose siyeke ukukhana izici ngoba ubugebengu abukhethi iqembu noma inhlangano yezepolitiki kepha budla fumuka budle silaza. So uyabona i-DA as you can see ukuthi all other parties that spoke before me here, they've been trying by all means to assist, but i-DA when they come they only criticize the ANC. You see why? The reason for that is because they're not affected. They are not affected by this crime. So they don't have a plan. They don't even wish this crime to be sorted out. So that is the problem. It is true indeed, sir. Yes. You only criticize the ANC, but you don't have a solution. Siyanxusa futhi amakhosi kanye nemiphakathi yonke ukuba kubanjiswane ekucwaseni izigebengu. Siziveze obala noma ngabe uhlobene naso. Izigebengu isikhathi esiningi ukasho uNdosi athi izigebengu abakhwenyana bethu, babe bosisi bethu, osibari bethu, abakhosikazi ethu amanye. Kodwa kudlange kakhulu emadodeni ubugebengu. So ungabona ukuthi ke mangase sonke sibambe iqhaza noma buhleli naso isigebengu endlini uphumela obala umemezele kungaba right noma siseqembini lakho noma inhlangano yakho yezepolitiki usiveze obala kodwa loso sigebengu ungasabi. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Somlomo. Egameni likakho I'm sorry Somlomo. Ngifisa ukuphetha nje ngokunqoma ukuthi amaphoyisa kuningi lapho ephumelele khona ukuvimba ubugebengu kanye nokubamba izigebengu. Igalelo kaGeneral Mkhwanazi nethimba lakhe liyabonakala. Igalelo lomphathiswa uHlomuka lapho ehamba khona eqwashisa umphakathi kwesinye isikhathi ebambisene noNdunankulu liyabonakala ukulwiseni nalesihlave sobugebengu. Ngiyabonga.
The next member for 2 minutes is the Honorable Mrs. Rajbansi of the MF.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I thank the Honourable Manqele of the ACDP for this debate. Honourable MEC of Safety and Security, 1/3 of the 2022 year's murders were in KZN. This is worrisome. The MF has long stated our concern about how conducive KZN has become to harbour illegal, dangerous persons. Therefore, Honourable MEC, given the daily newspaper reports on hijackings, kidnappings, farmer murders, rapes, drug dealing and other forms of organised crime, the Minority Front requests an executive report as soon as possible on what steps the department is taking in reducing these crime statistics. It's about time we have dedicated toll-free lines for citizens to report death threats and other organized crime-related information. There is definitely a rise in mafias of all kinds in KZN. We have to send a strong message that KZN is not your home. We need strong collaboration with NIA, Metro Police and SAPS. Honourable Speaker, it's absolutely necessary, given what's going on internationally, that KZN and South Africa do not get a bad name as a country which is a safe haven for organized crime. We must reshape our foreign policy and strengthen border and port control. These syndicates will look for a country like South Africa that has infrastructure and resources to set base and terrorize the rest of Africa. The danger is there for everyone to see. The local people will be the soft targets, warm bodies that will be used by these syndicates, given our high rate of unemployment. The MF recommends a sheriff system for rural areas. KZN and South Africa has to be tough on crime and become pro-development and look after local economic interests first with homegrown indigenous businesses. The Minority Front supports this motion with these recommendations. Thank you.
The next speaker for 2 minutes is the Honorable M.E. Pakati of the ATM.
Honorable Speaker, the men of God, Honorable Manqele, who have raised this motion, I'm sure he raised this motion as a matter of concern, not to politicize, for us to politicize it. I will say what I said before, Madam Speaker, that we are supposed to all join hands and fight against crime in our province. Lesi sihlava somlomo sihlasela wonke umuntu, omnyama, omhlophe, eChasworth, eKwaMashu, yonke indawo sihlaselwe lesi sihlava. Kuyofaneke ke somlomo singabaholi bezepolitiki kulendlu sihlangane siqale in our various constituencies kuma branches esiwafomayo sikhulume ngokulwisana lesi sihlava. ATM sesiqalile ukuthi la isihamba khona sikhulume ngokuthi ukubulawa kwabantu, ukudlwengula kwezingane akube izinto esikhuluma ngazo usuku nosuku, hayi ngoba kufuna sime kule ndawo sikhulume. Yonke indawo mawubuka ngakhuluma kule ndawo Speaker, ngakhuluma ngendawo yaseChapas. Lapha abantu bareshwa every day. Ikhansela le-DA alibakheli ama-toilet abantu besimame bangena emobeni badlwengule usuku nosuku. Kodwa lezo zinto abayikhuluma makufika la, asikhulumeni ngezinto ezisenza ukuthi sibe munye, ngoba lento le ayihlangene nokuthi siyipoliticize, kodwa ifuna ukuthi thina njengabaholi bezepolitiki sime sibambane silwisane nalento. Ngiyabonga Speaker.
The next speaker is Honorable SE Manqele for 2 minutes on the ACDP. Ikake ozodla kona lokho gayile. Okay, who's there?
Somlomo ngengiyabingelela. Kodwa bengizothi Somlomo, we need to take this matter very serious. As umhlonishwa seshilo, on daily basis we are losing our loved ones. And among all of us here, akekho umuntu ongathi umsulwa in this enemy. So we need to take it very, very serious, not to ukuthi kube ukukhombaniswe nomunye vikeliso lakhe. We uyabona lento esho phakathi ukuthi we need to come together and join hands together. Mhlonishwa somlomo kube khona izinto esizenzayo kube kuya ngami mhlonishwa somlomo. Ngabe kukhona inkundla ethile, iforum ethile esungulwa yilendlu whereby we speak about these issues on daily basis, not only on debates. Sizama sikubuke ngempela. Okunye speaker engikunotisayo ukuthi ubuye uye emajele abantu abalapha ya igeneration eko 17, 18, 19, 20 iyouth ejwele lapha. Thina sonke thina esaba nethuba lokufunda i-10 commandments ukuthi ungabulali, ungaphuzi, ungabulali, ungaphingi, ungebi. Si-safety singcono kunabo noma nathi siwele koneni kodwa singcono kunabo. Yini esifundisa izingane zethu? Le generation eqhumayo elandelayo, what kind of generation are we creating? Uma ngempela izingane khona lokuthi we correct ngokukhipha i-religious education in our schools where our children are. Ebelithi iBhayibheli fundisa ingane indlela yokuthi sindala ihambe ngayo. We correct. Let us think twice, guys. Sibone ukuthi what can we do ngoba at the end of the day one day kuzofa mina, one day kuzofa wena. Ngente. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We are now going to the next member, the Honorable MP Kwala of the IFP.
Honorable Speaker, I will continue where I left. Where and how can firearms be carried? How should firearms be sold? Certainly, these are all crucial questions that demand a sustained and serious analysis by policy makers at all levels of government. Further, responses from the KZN MEC for Community Safety and Liaison, Sipho Hlomuga, responding to the IFP written parliamentary questions, which I submitted with regard to crime in KwaMashu Hostel, confirmed that KwaMashu Hostel is a haven for criminals. During the past 3 years, 2020-2023 in KwaMashu Hostel, 748 people have been injured, robbed or killed, and there are 179 people that have been arrested for their involvement in criminal activities in the past 3 years. These cases were provisionally withdrawn as witnesses were intimidated and received death threats if they continue giving evidence against the accused persons. 559 cases were set for trial or appeared before the courts. 252 police officers were stationed in KwaMashu Police Station. 41 vehicles were provided to KwaMashu Police Station. As the IFP, we feel vindicated by the KZN MEC for Community Safety and Liaison, confessing that the number of police officers and vehicles in KwaMashu Police Station are not sufficient to fight crime, as we have raised our concern on this matter on numerous occasions. KwaMashu Police Station is under-resourced and unable to deal with crime in KwaMashu Township. Vehicle shortages could also lead to dissatisfaction in communities. As such, result in police struggling to reach crime scenes or arriving late to the scenes. The IFP believe that under-resourced and dilapidated police stations in KZN will make it impossible to win the war against crime. During 2022, KZN Legislature Police Station Functionality Monitoring Program, the shocking state of police stations were revealed. Some substations in KZN do not have any vehicle or police officers to respond to crime. Our laws must provide for harsh punishments for all crimes. People must know that if they commit crimes, they will be dealt with severely. We need to send a strong message that crime is not tolerated. The human cost of South Africa's gun violence epidemic is visible, not just in the overwhelming number of firearm fatalities, but also in the horribly altered lives of shooting survivors. The government worked hard to eradicate all the many challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, and the same enthusiasm should be applied to eradicating crime. Government was able to respond to a life-threatening crisis with speed. This is another such crisis. The IFP is fully aware that crime cannot be reduced by focusing solely on catching and convincing those who have already committed crime. Vital as that is, crime is also reduced through prevention by tackling the risk factors that drive crime in society. In order for the police to do their job well, they need the public's cooperation. Thank you very much.
The next speaker for 10 minutes on behalf of the ANC is the Honorable Chairperson of Committees, HGS Mavimbela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Premier and the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the Legislature, the Honorable Members of the Provincial Legislature, and all our guests, including Dadewethu Mncane laphaya, uMandos Omuhle. Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate my organization, the African National Congress, for affording me an opportunity to partake in this debate, which speak to the societal matter which are confronted with us as a country. Honorable Speaker, Allow me to start my debate by reflecting that fighting crime and achieving the noble goal of having a crime-free province is the responsibility of collective. The action to achieve this vision include strengthening the criminal justice system, strengthening a professional police service, use an integrated approach to safety, and build community participation in community safety. In dealing with this dimension, the Department of Community Safety and Liaison continues to implement its holistic approach to building community safety structures. This is in line with the resolution on peace and stability of the ruling party, the African National Congress, which stated that, and I quote, "The central strategies to achieve our vision includes an integrated and holistic approach to crime prevention and poverty alleviation that entails the improvement of the service and working condition of the personnel in the security services, improvement in service delivery by the criminal justice system, and public-private partnership, amongst others." Through the Premier of our province, uDadewethu uNomsa Dube-Ncube, the government took an initiative of aligning strategic plans, policies, and budgets towards reducing crime and building safer communities. Honorable Speaker, such initiatives from our progressive government are yielding results, as property-related crime as a total has been on a steady decline over the 5 years period, and saw a further decrease of 0.4% in the latest quarterly release. Burglaries and non-residential premises burglaries has decreased by 6.5% and has increased by 0.8% at residential premises. Theft of motor vehicles has been on a decline over the last 10 years, except in 2015 and 2016. Stock theft decreased in latest period by 1.4%, of which is 20 cases. We also applaud the good work done by the Integrated Multidisciplinary Task Team. The task team continues to investigate incidents of threats targeting and directed at a high-profile individuals, hits on councillors, political office bearers, and traditional leaders in the province. However, we are concerned about the increasing number of attacks targeting public representatives in eThekwini, Zululand, Umgungundlovu district. So far, 321 dockets have been investigated. This figure includes 134 cases reported from 2011 to June 2018. Before the commencement of the work of the task team, the breakdown of cases being investigated includes 155 cases of murder, 51 attempted murder, 77 cases of intimidation, and 12 cases of conspiracy to commit murder. Thus far, the task team has arrested 348 suspects who have been charged on 233 cases. Following this investigation, 62 suspects have been convicted, while 155 are going through the court processes. 17 arrested suspects have since died during the court processes. Further to that, we applaud the recovery of 46 firearms from suspects. These firearms have been linked through the ballistic to multi-political related murder cases, which are being investigated by the task team. As the leading government, we call upon political parties to preach tolerance amongst their office bearers and members. This follows relevation by the task team that there are several intra-party squabbles or motives that have resulted to the murder of fellow political members. As part of continuing with the matter, we have convened a multi-party intervention committee on the 9th of October to deliberate on these matters and also strengthen our safety plans for communities that are holding by-election and as we approach 2024 general elections. Indeed, as our Freedom Charter declared, there shall be peace and friendship. As I said at the beginning, Honorable Speaker, that crime is a societal matter. So we need not to point fingers to each other, but we need to collaborate and make sure that we are making KwaZulu-Natal a province that is free of these criminal activities. And criminal activities must not be looked at as if there are better criminal activities that can be just a by the way thing. All the criminal activities must be dealt with by all of us. I am pleased as Honorable Gwala was talking to the issues of KwaMashu, and those incidents that you were talking to Honorable Gwala are happening in KwaMashu Ward 39. We must ask ourselves, where are those guns coming from? And if you do your own investigation, you can find out ukuthi kulawo mahostela kugcwele izinkabi yizona ezenza ukuthi kube nabantu bakithi abashonayo nababulawayo, and who is responsible for lezo zinkabi, and we must deal with that as a collective, all of us as abantu bakwaZulu-Natal. We are also having a responsibility, Honorable Speaker, when we are dealing with criminal activities, of taking into consideration these small things which are pertaining to these criminal activities that are happening in our province in particular. Yesterday, we were having a by-election in Ward 13, Umhlatuzi, because a councillor resigned and some criminal activities happened. Those criminal activities need to be dealt with, because if we do not deal with those small things, they escalate to a level where we are seeing our people dying, where we are seeing our people using money. We really appreciate the government of the African National Congress in making sure that they are dealing with the criminal activities and in a blanket approach. Asibheki ukuthi ubani, yingakho ama-investigation eza nakithi uqobo as the government of the day. And ohulumeni ababekhona ngaphambilini izinto abazenza ukuletha lezi ikhali ezibulala abantu bakithi ezisekhona ezweni lakithi namanje zafihlwa akakazange ziphenywe ukuze abantu bakithi behlale endaweni ephephile. So ke sinomsebenzi as the communities to make sure ukuthi asikhulumi left bese singena ngo-right, uqinisekise ukuthi esikushoyo siyakwenza ukwenza iprovince yethu iphephe. Ngakho-ke asiyeke ukuthenga amakhansela, asiyeke ukuthenga abavoti, ngoba those are criminal activities. Yesterday I observed things ezesabekayo ezikhombisa ukuqalisa kobugebengu obuzogcina bulidele ekuthenini izwe lakithi lingabuseki bese size sizokhala as omesiya uma sifika in these podiums, whereas we know ukuthi kunezinto esizenzayo eziperpetrator ukwenza ubugebengu. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Now the debate has come to an end. We are calling upon the mover of the motion to respond to the debate for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Somlomo. I've got one thing to say. I want to thank first all members who debated here, they encouraged us and the whole world that something is going to be done. But I want to mention that most of the problems that we have mentioned here are known by us, also by the community or the masses. People down there, they are aware of these problems, but they voted for us because they believed in us that we are going to fight against this enemy and conquer it. That's why they brought us here. They brought us here with hope that we are going to stop crime. We are going to stop violence. More especially because I've noticed that we know where it is coming from and what is happening. Thanks so much to all speakers, Honorable Nkonyeni, our MEC, that young woman. We need more of them. We need more of them. It's very important. I've noticed about the history of violence as well. Then the question is, what must we do? The issue of the budget, Honorable Kuala, is very important. That how much do we bring to safety and security? Nano ngijabulile izinto ezigcizelelwe ubaba uChiliza ezokhuluma ukubonakala emphakathini kwamaphoyisa, umnikelo from the departments, policing forums, sebenza namakhosi njalo njalo. Ngoba what we need here is the solution. This is only what we need. Yes, all what you have said might be correct, but what must we do? What is the solution to this? Because people are dying. We need to fight organized crime. That was said by our Honorable Raspanchi. ATM, we need to join hands together. Honorable Kuala, resources about Kwamashu, police station, the issue of sentencing, prevention of crime. Honorable Mavimbela, collective approach, tolerance, working together. Yonke lento esiyisho la isemqoka and ibalulekile kubo bonke abantu abakhulumela, and I'm so glad. But Speaker, the buck lies with us. People voted us, not only a leading party. If the leading party is misleading us, what are we doing as opposition parties to stop the crime? Because we are also allowed to do something. Let's come together. Here, I'm not talking mina indaba party politic. I'm talking about it as the nation, as the government who is leading everybody. We need to assist, to be seen as a helper of the nation. Let us go outside. Sicele abaholi bethu abasola ukuthi ayibe khona iforum independent whereby we always talk about crime nanokuthi kwenzakala. Uma sikwazi ukwenza ama-awareness ukuthi kuyavotwa, ama-voter registration awarenesses, sihlulwa yini ukwenza ama-voter crime awarenesses as well all over, sixoxe nabantu nalokhuyana kwenzeke. Speaker, ngijabulile kakhulu nami namhlanje ukuthi nje ukunginika isikhathi esingaka. Ngiyalifisa impela ihlombe ukuthi ngijayela ihlombe lokuthi ukunika isikhathi sokukhuluma. Ngiyacela ukuthi ke sengathi ke konke sikushilo lapha uNkulunkulu engakwenza kube impumelelo. uNkulunkulu enibusise nonke.
Siyakubongela Duyazi, ingathi nawe ungayifunda iconstitution njalo. Now, honorable members, we are moving to the next debate, which is the report by the chairperson of SCOPA on the SCOPA International Study Tour to Singapore. And we are now going to give the Honorable M. Govender, the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, for 10 minutes to table the report.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal has adopted a program in which portfolio committees embark on study tours during their term of office. The study tours are useful as they serve to enhance the legislative oversight capacity of members of the legislature. They afford members an opportunity to learn and benefit from international best practice, and they contribute to enhancing the role of the legislature in the province. In line with study tour policy, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts embarked on a study tour to Singapore. The delegation consisted of 10 members of the provincial legislature and 2 officials, and the honorable members are listed in the report. Honorable as the chairperson, and included amongst our members were Honorable Nkosi, Honorable Zulu, Honorable Kaula, Honorable Rogers, Honorable Qele, Honorable de Klerk, Honorable Shinga, Honorable Zulu P, and Honorable Mtetwa. And 2 officials that were with us were the committee coordinator, Mr. Mkwanazi, and the senior researcher, Dr. Mtune. The chairperson of SCOPA held a meeting with the High Commissioner of Singapore in South Africa, and that was His Excellency Mr. SE Manqele. And during this discussion with the High Commissioner, it transpired that there were many business people from Singapore who had invested in KZN and that they want to grow their businesses. In Singapore, the delegation met and interacted with the South African representatives who were the High Commissioner, Her Excellency Ms. Lobe, and the Senior Political Councillor, Mr. Makubela. The purpose of the study tour was to learn and share best practices with Singapore because of its internationally acclaimed good record on good governance, open government, and transparency, and this translates into good public finance management. Singapore is rated highly according to the Corruption Index, and on the other hand, our country is a young democracy, just under 30 years old, and we do have a long way to go. We are confronted by challenges that come with a newly found democracy, and basically our objective was to learn from the Singapore experience and share some of the difficulties that South Africa and the KZN province encounter. The province is striving to strengthen its public fiscal management, accountability, transparency, and fiscal discipline, and it goes without saying that wasteful, necessary, and excessive expenditure affects service delivery. The primary objectives of the study were to learn best practices from a well-developed and mature democratic country on how to strengthen public financial management, accountability, transparency, and fiscal discipline with the purpose of emulating and customizing their best practices, scrutinizing information technology methods of forecasting, tracking, and preventing irregular, fruitless, and wasteful, as well as unauthorized expenditure. Systems of public finance management to improve governance, enhance the quality of service delivery, and achieve greater value for money on public expenditure were particularly scrutinized. The committee met with its counterparts, the standing committees that oversee public spending in Singapore, the Civil Service College, and the Port of Singapore Authority. Openness of government, accountability, transparency, and consequence management were focal points of the meetings. The delegation robustly engaged its counterparts, the Public Accounts Committee of Singapore, on public finance management and on measures to help prevent or eliminate corruption. On behalf of the SCOPA, I would like to thank the legislature leadership for granting the committee the opportunity to conduct this benchmarking exercise in Singapore and for making the necessary budget available. The committee extends its sincere appreciation to the government of Singapore, the consulate in Pretoria, and the South African Commission in Singapore. Lastly, I would like to thank the members of SCOPA who were part of the delegation for their hard work and commitment, as well as the support staff of the committee. The report of the SCOPA study tour undertaken in the 22-23 financial year is hereby submitted for adoption by the Honourable Speaker, by the Legislature. I do so present, Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Now, honourable members, I call upon the Honourable Rejoice Z.P. Zulu of the ANC, the Chairperson of Public Participation and Petitions, for 14 minutes. Zibu ile tonumtu.
Sibonge Somlomo. Sifisa ukubingelela kuwe. Sibingelele kusekela Somlomo. Sibingelele kuNdunankulu wesifundazwe. Sibingelele ama-members akhona nabantu bakwaZulu-Natal bephelele. Somlomo, last week we embarked on a community readiness workshop in Oku Family of Municipalities. It was reported that there are 2 missing children in the area under Umzumbe local municipality. On Friday, we learned with sadness and shock that body of a young child was found. Sithi sekwanele, sithi dudu emndenini. Lo wesibili yena umntwana kakatholakali. Siyacela siyanxusa abenzi babuyise ingane. Kubuhlungu. It is a great privilege to be standing here at the podium to articulate some of the strategies at the Singapore in professionalizing the public sector through their college model, for instance. Excuse. Honorable members, indeed, we must contextualize our civil service training based on our historical materialism. The South African public service has been undergoing a fundamental transformation following the dismantling of the apartheid public service in 1994. The new government has had to build a democratic, inclusive, and a responsive public service. After 1994, the public service had to change. Firstly, it had to be representative of the nation's racial composition. Secondly, in line with the spirit of democracy and nation building, it had to be inclusive and responsive to the needs of all citizens, irrespective of their racial, ethnic, gender, sexual persuasion, or orientation. From the above, Singapore, just like the South African civil service, has been undergoing fundamental change and transformation as a former crown colony, and they have made strides in capacity building through its civil service college. The Singapore civil service is comprised of a set of civil servants working for the government of Singapore, together with the Singapore Armed Forces, the statutory bodies, and other independent government bodies. The civil service makes up the overall public service of Singapore. According to the Singapore authorities, the Civil Service College is a college for government employees in Singapore, and it conducts training for public offices. In South Africa, on the other hand, when we are making comparison, we have a National School of Governance that in the main plays the same role as the Singapore Civil Service College. The National School of Government has a constitutional and legislative mandate to provide education, training, and development in the 3 spheres of government, the state-owned entities and organs of state. This mandate is in line with the Section 195 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which declares public administration to be development-oriented and participatory, and the basic values and principles being the basis of interaction between public administration and society. Speaker, beyond the National School of Government, KZN has an agency called KZN Provincial Public Service Training Academy that also plays a pivotal role in building capacity to members of the public service as part of professionalization of the public sector. Drawing lessons from Singapore, these colleges must indeed be strengthened and professionalized for our people to be given a world-class service delivery, and it has been implemented by existing colleges and other institutions. It is also in line with the ANC prioritization of building capacity of our public service, wherein all departments must fund workers to further their studies and the premier scholarship that exists for employees. The ANC's transformation of the state and government document states that an employment profile that is representative of the population, maintaining a management culture that is attentive to and appreciative of the people employed, internal democracy that will embrace transformed management practices and a progressive labor relations dispensation. A public service that is ethical, accountable, impartial, and equitable. A committed and loyal public service and administration which shows allegiance to the new order. An efficient, effective public service that avoids wasteful, misdirected, and mismanagement development initiatives. And an administration responsive to the needs of the people. Forward with the professionalization of public sector through capacity building. We also had a chance to meet with the PAC, the Public Account Committee of the country, which emphasizes on good governance. We have learned that they even through our interaction indicated some commonalities that we remain accountable to our people as enshrined in our constitution. The cabinet is accountable to parliament and also accountable to the people of Singapore. Principles of accountability is prioritized as we do as the ANC-led government in the country. It must be clear that though we are using more or less the same model, dynamics are not the same, ranging from number of factors, the years that they have gained independence, the population size, economic aspect, technological development. Theirs might be cheaper than ours, but I want to emphasize that when we have programs like Izimbizo, Zigandunankulu, it's when we are using the very same model. The very same model that if we are saying Singaporeans are using it, they are on the right track to communicate with the electorate. But when we are using it in KwaZulu-Natal or in South Africa, we are said to be wasting monies. We remain indebted to our people, and we remain subjected to account to them because we are here because of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Having said that, Madam Speaker, we are saying we are not doing it out of our own willingness, but it is through the constitution that we normally say it is one of the best constitutions of the country that we account to the electorate. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We are now going to receive debate from the IFP. Honorable L.J. de Klerk for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for the Inkatha Freedom Party to allow me to participate in this debate, especially after another glorious by-election win for the IFP. I'm sorry, ANC, that happened, but it will happen more and more. Singapore was colonized by both the British and Japan and was rejected by Malaysia and was forced into independence with no natural resources. Singapore today is an economic giant and now has a bigger economy than the previous colonizer, Britain. It's interesting that they don't use the fact that they were colonized to hold them back. They broke away those shackles by becoming better and not using it as an excuse. Singapore's success can be attributed to these 5 factors. 1, the pragmatic leadership of Lee Kuan Yew. 2, an effective public bureaucracy. 3, effective control of corruption. 4, competitive compensation for civil servants. And 5, learning from other countries. The ANC only complies with 4, and that's a competitive compensation for civil servants. In his memoirs, Lee Kuan Yew wrote, "My experience of development in Asia has led me to conclude that we need good men to have good government. Bad leaders will bring harm to the people. The single decisive factor that made for Singapore's development was the ability of its ministers and the high quality of civil servants who supported them. Already in 1993, Lee advised African leaders to adopt a pragmatic approach in formulating economic policy, rather than a dogmatic stance. Singapore invited a United Nations mission led by a Dutch economist, Albert Winsemius, to advise Lee and Singapore to formulate an industrialization program for Singapore. Winsemius advised Lee that two preconditions for Singapore's success in industrialization were: one, get rid of the communists; two, say publicly that you accept strong ties with the West because you will very much need them in your economic program and effective bureaucracy. At the moment, Singapore is ranked first in government effectiveness in the world. Lee Kuan Yew explained in his memoirs regarding corruption, we were sickened by the greed, corruption and decadence of many Asian leaders. We had a deep sense of mission to establish a clean and effective government. The Singapore government adopted a total approach to enforce and deal with both major and minor cases of public and private sector corruption, regardless of the amount, rank, status of the person investigated. Furthermore, they nurtured the best and the brightest through education. Edward Shang attributed Singapore's success to its incorruptible and competent civil service, as having the best and brightest citizens in the government as one of Singapore's major strengths. Not cadres or friends and stuff like that, people with knowledge. The Singapore government decided to reject a welfare state and set by Goh Quing Zui, the then Deputy Minister of Defence, and I quote, "But nothing is for free in this world, and in the result of indiscriminate welfare state policies is bankruptcy." During our visit, we met with the Public Account Committee of Singapore, and we were informed that the three members that we met, not one of them were permanent politicians. All three had jobs in the private sector. Namely, one was an engineer, another an economist, and the chairperson was a banker. It was clear that the members was highly educated, vastly experienced, and absolutely capable of performing the duties as members of Parliament and especially of that committee. Singapore is a capitalist, free market orientated economy that understands that efficient and honest government with friendly business policies towards foreign investment is needed to grow their economy. Taking all into account, if we compare South Africa to Singapore, Transparency International in 2022 Corruption Perception Index scored us at 43 on a scale of a 0 to 100, 100 being very clean. We ranked by score 72nd among 118 countries in the index. I'm not criticizing, these are facts. In the ease of doing business rankings, in 2020, South Africa was placed 84th of the 190 countries globally tested. South Africa is clearly on the opposite side of the spectrum compared to Singapore. The ANC is clinging to dogmatic policies. A good example is the communist policy of a national democratic revolution and the anti-business policies and the resistance to an open and free market underpinned by capitalism. These policies is contrary to that of Singapore and is more akin to a welfare state, socialist state policy. We all know where these policies will lead us. It will lead us to bankruptcy. And sadly, We don't have to wait to see if it has happened. It is happening before our eyes as we speak. Just this month, National Treasury revealed that the budget moved to a deficit of 143.8 billion rand. It is time for change. I heard the side of the house asking, what must we do? Give advice. Listen carefully. Let's become the African Singapore by removing the ANC from power in 2024 and implement good policies that will grow our economy and make a better country for all of its citizens, not just favor a few through cadre deployment. May we learn from the Singapore experience. I am sure the ANC won't, but we will. And that's why we win the by-elections. Thank you.
The next speaker is from the DA, Honorable F.A. Rogers, for 8 minutes.
Diabulela Somlo. Mr. Speaker, having read John Q's white paper, which is entitled Why Singapore Works, 5 Secrets of Singapore's Success, it reveals clearly why Singapore has been able to achieve one of the best models of a capable and ethical state. Those 5 issues are the following. Number 1, pragmatic leadership. Number 2, effective public bureaucracy. Number 3, clean government. Number 4, education and competitive compensation. And finally, number 5, policy diffusion. These have to be the most important pillars of building the capable and ethical state. Something Singapore has clearly been able to achieve, and something that we still struggle with. If indeed we had a capable state, we'd not be facing some of the social ills and challenges that we have over the last 27 years of democracy that have actually deteriorated and not improved. Interesting to also note that Singapore has a highly developed free market economy in which the economy is open, corruption-free, and this compared to a capitalist economy. However, because there's a large amount of oversight in our South African and KZN model of capitalist economy, it is borderline socialist. It is best described as an economy with some capitalist ideas and some socialist characteristics. If indeed we want to emulate the successes achieved by Singapore, then we need to start with the fundamental economic structure of our province and our country. Clearly, our very confused mixed economy has not yielded any substantial results, particularly when it comes to the poorest of the poor. Triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment remain the proverbial wolf at the door. And unless we review the way we operate, we will never become the Singapore of Africa. In his memoirs, as was quoted by Honorable de Klerk, I've had it in my speech and I'm going to repeat it. Now, you'll remember he was the first Prime Minister post-independence. And he had the following to say, and these are important words if we want to learn from Singapore. And I quote, "My experience of developments in Asia has led me to conclude that we need good men to have good government. However good the system of government, bad leaders will bring harm to their people." The single decisive factor that made for Singapore's development was the ability of its ministers and the high quality of civil servants who supported them. I close quote. You managed to transform Singapore from a third world country into a first world country. One of the first principles that was used in this achievement was to build an effective bureaucracy, to build a civil service that was competent and independent from political pressure, no cadre deployment, and therefore an efficient and incorrupt civil service, which is why the Singapore civil service is recognized globally as a leader in effective civil servants, with a high standard of discipline and accountability. The Civil Service College of Singapore is a fine example of how to build capacity in the civil service, with members of the service having to undergo not once, not twice, but regular training and capacitation. Speaker, it's also very interesting to note that any member in Singapore or any individual joining the civil service of Singapore has to relinquish any connection to a political party. Imagine if that happened here. We wouldn't have a civil service. So in reality, if we want to effect change and adopt best practice from study tours, particularly when one considers the Singapore model, it has to be a holistic approach and not just a micro approach to trying to adopt best practices. As Singapore adopted the policy diffusion model, it's not difficult to look elsewhere. But when you look elsewhere, you need to actually learn from the circumstances, the holistic circumstances, and to what extent those programs might work in our very own province and in our countries. Failures in other governments should offer us lessons of what not to adopt. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, during the meeting with the High Commissioner, Ms. Lobe, who was most forthright in her conversation with us, informed the delegation that her responsibility is to promote South African interests, such as trade, industry, and tourism. She also presented many areas where South Africa and Singapore have bilateral relations. Ms. Lobe was also very blunt with the delegation when she stated that it makes her job extremely difficult when a faction of the African National Congress in the province refers to itself as the Taliban. She made it abundantly clear that instead of encouraging investment, it turns investors away. Let that be a lesson from our tour to Singapore. Finally, Speaker, something else that I found very interesting. Walking around Singapore is much like KwaZulu-Natal in that there's no police on the ground. You don't see police in Singapore. I'm sure we have much the same here. So I heard the speaker, the apologies, I heard the Premier ask the Honourable, who was speaking, I can't remember, Hussein earlier, give us solutions. Madam Premier, here was a very interesting concept in Singapore, where they have a TikTok group. And if you take a TikTok video of anyone committing crimes, whether it's petty crimes, major crimes, it then gets circulated. And through that circulation, there's facial identity and facial recognition software, and people are then charged. So you might commit an offense, walk away, but a day later, someone will knock on your door. And that is the innovative type of infrastructure and systems that we can put into place in this province. Ndiyabulela, Somlo.
Okay. We are supposed to be receiving a speaker from the EFF, Honorable T. Nkosi. We have tendered an apology. We also supposed to be receiving a speaker from NFP. They have also tendered an apology. So we'll go straight to the speaker from the Minority Front, Honorable Esther Karashpansi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On this Singapore Scopa Study Tour debate, it is important to congratulate Mr. Tharman Shanmugaratnam, the renowned economist who is the 9th President of the Republic of Singapore, on his appointment on the 1st of September 2023. And this, of course, shows their policy of inclusiveness. On reading the report, Honorable Speaker, a must visit is the Parliament of Singapore. It's world class, I've read. Everything in the report makes one reminisce on the founding father and the first Prime Minister of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, referred to as LKU or LKY, who established strong institutions that have lasted beyond his demise in 2015. KZN and South Africa can learn a lot from this 6 million population island, that we need to remove a corruption and an unethical mindset from not only civil service sector, but also the private sector. Rethinking good governance mindset in Singapore was for its survival at the time of separation from the Crown. And South Africa needs to be collaborative more with Singapore for economic growth, which is mainly driven by exports in electronics, manufacturing and machinery, financial services, tourism, and of course the world's largest and biggest cargo seaport. Singapore is a great friend to have because it does not have an expansionist policy, but rather it exports its knowledge. KZN should have a twinning arrangement with the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy to train our civil servants. Honourable Speaker, the MF thanks the SCOPA Chair and her team for this comprehensive report, and each department should pick areas to engage with the Singaporean government. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are now moving to speaker from the ATM, Honorable M.E. Phakathi, for 2 minutes.
Sibonga kakhulu Somlomo. Siqembu le-ATM sufundile lo mbiko wokuphuma waleli komiti liphumela ezweni lase-Singapore. Esingakubalula yilokhu ukuthi ukona konke abakufundile engathi bengabuya konke abakufundile bazo kusebenzisa la KwaZulu-Natal. Ukuphathwa kahle kwezwe lase-Singapore kubalulekile ukuthi nalapha KwaZulu-Natal lezi indlela zokuphatha izwe abazifundile khona bakwazi ukuthi bazozenza lapha KwaZulu-Natal. Thina si-ATM siyakusupporta ukuthi makuhanjiwe kubuye nemibiko efana nale. Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo.
Thank you, ATM. Now let's have ACDP. Honorable SE Manqele. It's not 10 minutes today, now it's 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. In my reading, I discovered that Singapore focused on how the country will deepen and diversity its international network, how citizens and enterprises will move into real of deep skills that the new economy requires, how the state and other role players will support enterprise innovation and scale up to the next level of digital capacity and ensure Singapore's industry remain ahead in an era of fierce global competition. That will require transformation change in an expansive scope of industrial solutions such as manufacturing, logistics, sales, transport, medical care, financial, and public services. Then I read in the latest crime statistic of our country, South Africa, that our murder rate is up yet again. I reflected on the extent to which Singapore's progress rests on having one of the lowest crime and corruption rates on the earth. I reminded myself that Singapore is truly free. We are also free. Singapore sometimes took tough decisions to achieve such results. I remember that sometimes in Singapore, they sentenced people to death for drug smuggling. I suppressed my thought that in our free country, our government is backing on its first duty to ensure that safety and security of its citizens is in place. The biggest real life problem in Singapore faced then, just as South Africa today, was mass unemployment and poverty. Every time I drive by a school and see hundreds of children streaming out, I wonder how on earth these children are going to find jobs.
Thank you, Honorable Manada.
Thank you.
We are now going to receive the Speaker from the African National Congress, Honorable Manqele, for 14 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, honorable members of this august House, ngicela ukubonga iqembu lami African National Congress ngokuthi bangiphe ithuba lokuthi ngibe ingxenye yale debate nokuthi bangenze ilunga lelesishamthetho ngikwazi ukuthi ngibe ingxenye ezimember ebezihambile ziye eSingapore ziyobona ukusebenza kwezwe lakhona. Ngaphambi kokuthi ngiqale i-debate yami ngifisa nje ukudlula kumhlonishwa lapha uDeclerk esimbona ethokozela ukuwina weqembu lakhe i-by-election eMhlathuze Mama Dlophe ngithi no ngiyaye ngikubone wena kwi-by-election makusetshenzwa lapha angikaze ngimbone nakanye umhlonishwa noma kumapha ama-by-election asikaze simbone noma kuvalwa ama-gate noma kuphushwana noma kwenzeka noma yini lapho ekukhombisa khona ukuthi khona into eyenzakalayo ama-by-election kodwa uzoma lapha phambi kwethu e-celebrate into angakaze ayisebenzele. Siyabuka siyabona. U-Honorable Declerk uma lapha phambi kwethu uzo-celebrate iSingapore uthi it's a capitalist run country. iSingapore is a socialist country. Uma every day la kuma platforms ethuka i-socialism ethi akabhiliveli kuyo kodwa today uzopraise ukuranwa kwezwe by one party for over 64 years. And angikholwa ukuthi lonke lento ayikhulumayo uyayikholelwa kuyo le kade isho lapha phambi kwethu. Ngidlulele kumhlonishwa wethu lapha upremier candidate wethu uthi singamalunga eshamthethwa la eDA ANC support iDA ukuthi kumele ngabe uRogers uye kahle kahle oyobo premier waKwaZulu-Natal. Manje uyasixaka amayema la lokho edefendana nalabantu abangamboni. Thina ngapha siyabona kumele ngabe umele iDA eyobo premier candidate. Hayi uphaphasi. Lo bequbulwa umhlonishwa omusha okhona ngaphakathi endlini. Wampromoter wamqukula bampromoter. Naye umhlonishwa uRogers uyangixaka ezoma phambi kwethu e-celebrate iSingapore. And uyaziconfuse mayekhuluma. Uyasho kodwa ukuthi Singapore is a socialist run country and halfly socialist, halfly capitalistic. But mayesekhuluma nge-ANC uthi it's confused when it tends to speak of almost the same. Let's be socialistic because our people need assistance, some social grants. Uti we are going to be a failed state. Singapore, even also my business premier, bakhona bancane bonke basizwa uhulumeni. Everything Singapore is done by uhulumeni. Because it is, we know with Asia, yonke into is socialism. there's no capitalism lapha. Uhulumeni oyedwa, which has been in charge, one political party, nje ANC izoqhubeka nje iphathe. NaseSingapore nje kunjalo. Deputy Speaker, Singapore politics has been dominated by the People's Action Party since 1959 general election, where Lee Kuan Yew became Singapore's first prime minister. Singapore was then a self-governing state within the British Empire. The PAP has been the only ruling party to form the government since then. Singapore joined the Federation of Malaysia in 1963 and gained independence in 1965 after being expelled. Honorable members can now draw its own conclusions, as I've been saying, that one party has been running this country for over 64 years and President wakhona awushintshwa, Prime Minister indodana kaPresident. Honorable members, Singapore Port Authority, formerly known as Port of Singapore Authority, was a statutory board regulated, operating and promoting the Port of Singapore in 1960s. In the 1970s, PSA started a container port and handled their first container ship. A parliamentary bill was passed on the 25th of August 1997 to convert the Port of Singapore Authority to a state organization into an independent commercial company. PSA Corporation Limited was corporatized on the 1st of October 1997. The company kept the initial PSA as its broad name, but it is no longer an acronym. Today, PSA is a world-leading port and the terminal group in the world. In comparison, Honorable Speaker, it's worth nothing that here in KwaZulu-Natal, there are ports in Durban and Richards Bay operated by the state agency Transnet. The primary one in the Durban under eThekwini Metro, the port is not only important for South Africa, but it is a gateway to Southern Africa. About 12 countries rely heavily on this port. The metro experienced severe flooding in April 2020, which caused major destruction on the infrastructure, including access to the Durban port. The KwaZulu-Natal government is looking at reconstructing infrastructure access to the port. The state is intervening to a large extent in this, but is also working with the private sector as public-private partnership. Honorable de Klerk, to what Singapore is doing. During the tour in Singapore, the main interest in the South African delegation was around the management of the port, expenditure and infrastructure and technology. The focus on these areas is informed by the fact that in South Africa we have challenges around these components. Honorable Deputy Speaker, while the success of the PSA is inspiring with a lot to learn from them, it also remains evident that they do not have any African footprints. However, through this visit, the PSA shown that they were keen to work with South Africa under the ANC-led government, as PSA recognizes that Durban Harbour is the #1 port in Southern Africa, and they have indicated that they are interested. Furthermore, the delegation found it intriguing that PSA does not have a single model of a partnership which they enter, but they are flexible. This is useful because it gives some flexibility and is tailor-made to conditions within the particular country. Such are amongst the many important lessons that we have learned, making this trip a resounding success. One of the main challenges in KwaZulu-Natal, in particular for SCOPA and the Finance Portfolio Committee, is that these two committees have tremendous work. The problem, however, is accountability and consequence management. This is where the province and the country is falling short on. The delegation wanted to engage the PAC of Singapore in order to hear what is done as the best practice in Singapore so that KwaZulu-Natal can deal with issues such as corruption, negative perception as a weak, failed state when it comes to accountability. Concerning policies and cleanliness, there were very few policies on the streets, police on the streets of Singapore, as Honorable Rogers has said. The delegation has seen only one police vehicle in Singapore, yet the crime level in Singapore are very low. The delegation wanted to know whether or not there is any need for police in Singapore when it came to cleanliness, and the delegation wanted to know if it is a societal obligation that people comply with. Singapore is very tough on crime. They will kill you if you murder someone. Perhaps that is the reason why their crime rate is so low. And when it comes to corruption, they don't tolerate corruption either. Yeah, they will not tolerate such behavior, Honorable Deputy Speaker, in their parliaments either. At the end, I would like to thank my organization, the African National Congress, for the opportunity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We can now receive a response from Honorable M. Governor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the visit to Singapore has been an eye-opener in that we have learnt a lot. But I must also say that, prior to us going to Singapore, I did meet with the ambassador or the consul general here in South Africa, and we had some very good discussions. And it's also evident that Singapore wants to learn from us. So it is a two-way street, Honorable Speaker. For example, he did brief me that in Singapore, they also take the issues of diversity very seriously, just as we in our country, focus on building a united society, so too does Singapore. And in Singapore, they have 4 languages: English, Chinese, Malay, and Tamil, with English being the language of business. They also have a variety of religions. And he pointed out that in the past, the Singaporeans had actually struggled to live together in harmony. And that is one of the reasons that they would like to have develop relations with South Africa to learn how our communities manage diversity. So I think, we have things to offer them as well. And it's something that as a province, we should look at growing with Singapore and developing the relationship. The other important thing is that Singapore also, like us, were a post-colonial country. They had been occupied under colonial rule, and Japan had occupied them, and they had to start afresh after the war with Japan. And they decided to have their own city-state. They split from Malaysia, but they also experienced corruption and the shortage of housing when Singapore was immediately established. The challenges they had were similar to those that we face today, and they say that they are learning from us. So there is work in progress in both countries. In August 2022, they sent a delegation from their banking sector to come to our country to study our banking system. And that delegation spent about 6 months in our country. So Singapore is also, although we say they are so advanced, etc., and they also acknowledge that there are things that they can learn from us. And I think we also can hold our heads up high in that as South Africa, we too have things to offer the continent and the world. So Chairperson, the visit was extremely successful. There were many things that we learned. There were many things that we would like to follow up on and perhaps in the future go back and look at those things. And we'd like to thank all the members of the committee who participated in the visit. They made their contribution. And thank you to all those who have today contributed to the debate. Thank you very much to all of you. And thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of the debate on the international study tour to Singapore. I don't know from honorable members, maybe they are hungry. Do you look, are you hungry? Okay, you can continue. Okay, let's move to the next debate, which is a report of the Portfolio Committee on the Premier International Study Tour to Kingdom of Norway and the Republic of Uganda on the 17th September 2022 as tabled to the House on the 18th of April 2023. We can now give an opportunity to the chairperson, Honorable Evie Dube, for 10 minutes.
Honorable Premier, members of the executive, Chunda, Yamazane. Honorable Speaker, allow me, on behalf of the committee, of the Premier Portfolio Committee, to read the report that was presented before the House on the study tour to Republic of Norway and Uganda in September last year, 2022. Speaker and honorable members, you'll appreciate that such comprehensive report of 2 trips cannot be summarized in 10 minutes. Hence, I have every intention of highlighting a few things and the things that we have learned in this trip. At the outset, let me express my sincere appreciation to the committee, support for acting timely in organizing a planning meeting with the Ambassador, Her Excellency D. Kotse, and the staff of the Embassy of the Republic of South Africa in Oslo, Norway. The first meeting included the chairperson and the Ambassador, D. Kotse. In that meeting, the researcher and the coordinator presented what the committee intended to accomplish. The areas that the committee intended to benchmark on were based on the priorities of the Office of the Premier and the Royal Household, over which the committee plays oversight. Those areas were on strengthening good governance, communication strategy, and sustainable development program, strengthening the strategic mechanism aimed at capacitating the civil service in the province, strengthening the social cohesion and cultural development, learning from the host countries, technological innovations that bring efficiency to achieving the above-mentioned objectives. What the committee observed is that Norway is a crime-free country. Most high-ranking authorities were met and had no protectors, and they were driving themselves. City of Oslo, which is the capital of Norway, is where the committee was based at Grand Hotel, which is separated by the street with the Norwegian Parliament. This made our tour to the Parliament the shortest trip we have ever experienced, as we will have to just walk across. Let me state that the committee learned a great deal in Norway, from their inclusive communication strategy to how countries equivalent of provinces are run. We also observed and were informed that the citizens bear a huge tax burden which is used by government to maintain high levels of inequality in the society. The committee spent 2 days in Tromsø, which is the 2-hour flight away from Oslo. The intention was to meet with the Sami community leadership and Center for Sami Studies at the University of Arctic. Arctic University in Tromsø The Portfolio Committee on Premier commenced its formal engagement with Arctic University in Tromsø Center for Sami Studies. The Samis are an indigenous group of people whose existence predates the establishment of Norway as a formal state. They were recognized under the legislation as an ethnic group with certain rights and privileges that encompasses their ancient nomadic and linguistic lifestyle. Their main source of livelihood is agriculture, such as reindeer husbandry, small-scale fishing, farming, etc. It is also in the main report that there is also Sami Parliament, which deals with all the matters concerning the Sami community. The Portfolio Committee spent most of its two-legged tour in the Kingdom of Norway. In as far as the objectives of the study tour are concerned, the Portfolio Committee trip to Norway was a great success. The time spent in Norway increased the Portfolio Committee's knowledge of best practices in governance and development. In Norway, has a clear political and administrative structure that is simplified by a philosophy of accountability, loyalty, and responsibility. The civil service, as well as service delivery networks, have become adaptive to technological innovations. The development of vulnerable groups is a priority. Recognition of minority groups such as the Samis is commendable, although there is more than we can do to bring about equality between ethnic Norwegians and the Samis. It was noted that the royal institution form an important part of the Norwegian society. His Majesty King Harald and the royal family are seen as unifiers and promoters of social cohesion, a clean environment, and healthy living. The role of the sorting in the overall development of Norway is evident. The Portfolio Committee and its members are conscious of what the Norwegian people require, regardless of a member's place in the political spectrum. The committee proceeded to to the Kingdom of Uganda, where it learned, amongst other things, that Uganda does not have provincial government. Instead, the district is the highest level of representation after the national government. Currently, the role of traditional leadership and their respective institutions is purely cultural. They are seen as unifiers of the people of Uganda and play a crucial role in social cohesion. It is well known that in most parts of Africa, tribalism is deeply entrenched in its societies. Uganda is not immune of this, as there have been reports of favoritism according to ethnic and tribal lines, even at the highest level of government. Honorable members who are part of the delegation will get into the finer details of the whole tour. This is the report of the committee. Thank you. Somlom.
Thank you, Honorable Dube. To start the debate, then we will call upon the Honorable ZLI Tele for 7 minutes, the chairperson of COGTA Portfolio Committee. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the executive, present, honorable members of this august house. I would like to send my gratitude to my organization, the African National Congress, ongiphe ithuba lokuthi ngibe yingxenye yale debate, ngibe yingxenye yamalunga lesishayamthethwa, nokuba yingxenye yokuba i-study tour, ukuhamba kule study tour. Honorable Speaker, President Reginald Tambo formed a series of intense international relationship fight against the apartheid government. Norway was one of the countries that supported the fight against apartheid in this country. President Reginald Tambo while speaking on behalf of all liberation movement at an international conference of experts for the support of victims of colonialism and apartheid in the Southern Africa mobilized world support for African liberation struggle on the 9th of April 1973 in Oslo. He thanked the government of Norway for its hospitality. He especially praised the Norwegian government for its courageous stand in NATO, where it clearly expressed its opposition to Portuguese colonialism. He also praised the cooperation between the Organization of African Unity and the United Nations in the fight against apartheid and colonialism. In 1962, President Tambo, addressing the Africa-Scandinavian Youth Congress in Oslo, Norway, the Congress responded by calling for, I quote, a total economic, diplomatic, and cultural sanction against the apartheid regime. President Tambo was truly an internationalist. That's how we gained our freedom in this country, through hard work of ANC leaders. Honorable Speaker, members, the visits that visited the Kingdom of Norway and the Republic of Uganda, the visit was facilitated by the South African Embassy in Norway and the High Commission of Uganda in conjunction with the Portfolio Committee support staff. We would really like to thank them. The visit took place under the theme, Good and Cooperative Governance, Improved Communication and Effective Coordination towards Continued Development and Quality of Life. In the main, it's worth mentioning that this visit was part of strengthening good governance in KwaZulu-Natal. We also would like to thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, the delegation of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature commenced its formal engagements with the Arctic University in Tromsø Center for Sami Studies. The Samis are an indigenous group of people who predates the establishment of Norway for a formal state. They are recognized under the legislation as an ethnical group with certain rights and privileges that are comprises their ancient nomadic and linguistic lifestyle. What stood out is that under the ANC-led government, one must say that the ANC has done a good job in terms of recognition of traditional leadership and ensuring their rights and protected by the Constitution of South Africa. The semi-indigenous group in Norway is excluded on many aspects, including social conditions they live under is very poor. Honorable de Klerk. Honorable Speaker, it was stated that Sami people have made it their tradition to also recognize that they are part of Norway and therefore see the king as theirs as well. This is further highlighted by the now tradition of having the king officially open the semi-parliament. This draw comparison with the traditions of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, where His Majesty Isilo Samabandla Ndlulamiti officially opens the multicultural, multi-ethnical institution. Smang. Honorable members, posed question about the voting rights and land ownership of the Sami people. This question was premised on the apparent inequalities between the Sami and the ethnic Norwegian. It was stated that the Sami do vote, however, to do so, one must have a permanent address in Norway. This seems not to take into cognizance the fact that the Sami are the Numidian people and do not dwell in the same place permanently. The delegation of honorable members from KwaZulu-Natal Legislature also visited the Stravolvoltren in Trom of Finnmark, Office of the Governor of Troms and Finnmark Country. The honorable members of KwaZulu-Natal were keen to find out the challenges of the Troms Kumo facing among the youth and what are the root causes that may be. in the presence of Councillor Hetma, states that currently Tromso is seeing a rise of the rate of high school dropouts, which is 15%, which leads to unemployment of 3%. Also, it has been noted that there is a large rotation influx of foreigners bringing in drugs. Of course, these challenges fades in the comparison of the case of KwaZulu-Natal, where there are similarities in the root causes of challenges currently being faced by the youth. Honourable members, on Norway tour, one can conclude that it is, as far as set objective of the study tour are concerned, the Portfolio Committee's trip to Norway was a great success. The time spent in Norway increased the Portfolio Committee knowledge on best practice in governance, development, and vulnerable groups, human capital development, social cohesion. I thank you.
Honorable members, honorable men, your member was peeping through the curtains here. Please discipline your member. I now call upon the next member for 6 minutes, the Honorable MP Kwala of the IFP.
I will not respond, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition, Honorable Members, guests, I was privileged to be part of the Portfolio Committee on the visit to the Kingdom of Norway and Republic of Uganda on the 17th September and to the 2nd of October 2022. There were many things that one learned, which our province can copy and adopt for the betterment of our communities. We accept the report as presented by the Honorable Chairperson. I apologize for the unbearable heat that the Ugandans are subjected to on a daily basis. It is the duty of any government to eradicate crime and keep citizens safe, and this is non-negotiable. What we witness in Norway proves that other countries are serious about keeping their citizens safe from ruthless criminals. In Norway, if 10 people died due to a hand of another person within a period of a year, that is called a disaster. Norway is known for being one of the safest countries in the world. The country has seen a decrease in criminal offenses over the past years, falling by around 90,000 cases during the past decade. This equals a decrease in the crime rate from 79 per 1,000 inhabitants in 2012 to 56 in 2022. There is nothing called bodyguards, as it has been the case with South Africa, where during the swearing in of office bearers, a massive phalanx of Praetorian security guards and vehicles stand at the ready. The legislature is not fenced, and even if a reindeer back is missing, law enforcement authorities try by all means to track down its owner. We are impressed by youth involvement in the fight against crime. Tromsø commune is the largest municipality in northern Norway. To fight crime, they use the strategy known as Youth 16. This is a crime prevention and social awareness program where young people are roped in to work with the police force to create a safe environment. Why don't you emulate such crime prevention strategies, as KwaZulu-Natal has become the haven of gun-toting criminals? In addition, nothing was said about corrupt police officers. Corrupt police officers must be exposed for their conduct. It is unacceptable for those entrusted to fight crime to be the culprits. The IFP believes in good governance. One of the fundamental tenets of good governance is the principle of transparency in the realm of delivering state services to the public good governance reforms advance human rights when they improve the state's capacity to fulfill its responsibility to provide public goods which are essential for the protection of a number of human rights, such as the right to education, health, and food. When you consider the IFP's track record of good governance, you can compare it with Norway, as it performs well in the most international comparison of governance, quality of life, and economic and social conditions. Not like the ANC-led government through SAPO, which has failed to pay social grants to the poorest of the poor. As a result, Norway has been able to avoid the worst of the global financial crisis and subsequently economic turmoil that severely affected most of Europe and has pursued healthy economic policies. Tragically, we are led by leaders who brought our country to its knees through violence, recession, unending load shedding, and anarchy. The current government fails the citizens of South Africa on a daily basis, and there is very little or no accountability for officials who are literally taking food and shelter from people in need. In addition, that is also a city, is the capital and the most populous city of the Kingdom of Norway. Good governance is prioritized. To further boost transparency and accountability, the Control Committee, through the Office of the Auditor, conducts performance audits across the board. This means that politician official departments as well as units are required by law to undergo these audits to gauge their performance stipulated in their respective mandates and agreements. This is totally different whether there is a lack of accountability and consequent management in local, provincial, and national government that impacts service delivery and municipal finance management. Further, no one is untouchable when it comes to wrongdoings. Here in our country, the public has accused the government of only catching small fish as big fish freely jumps out of graft net. I'll come back again. Thank you very much.
The next speaker in the debate is the Honorable Irad for the DA for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Honourable Speaker, fellow honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. Sadly, I was not part of the delegation to the Kingdom of Norway, nor to the Republic of Uganda at the end of last year. A political opportunist who posed as a colleague and friend took my place before jumping ship to another party. Oh, shame. It's crazy what people will do for relevance. Nevertheless, I have read the report from the Portfolio Committee with great interest, and I can see why these two countries were chosen for benchmarking. The theme of these visits was, and I quote, good and cooperative governance, improved communication, and effective coordination toward continued development and quality of life, close quote. So social cohesion was the aim of the game. I particularly enjoyed the reference to greater national wealth correlating with greater social cohesion. Nearly 30 years into our hard-won democracy, it is apparent that our current government is hell-bent on bankrupting our province and country, and this has impacted on social cohesion in every corner of South Africa. One just has to take a look at the political killings that plague KwaZulu-Natal and the lack of accountability, urgency, and political leadership to address the very essence of this. How many more people must die before our government steps up to the plate. We have raw sewage washing onto what was once blue flag beaches, down our streets and through our homes. Yet the government is determined to keep people in positions because it's convenient. Put up statues instead of fixing infrastructure, open community halls instead of supplying water and other basic services, and then pat themselves on the back for things that, quite frankly, don't matter to the people anymore. The government borrows billions every day, taxes our people till they're on their knees or committing suicide, deploy cadres to keep their mouths shut for a penny under the table. They promise food, promise homes, promise jobs, and then turn their backs on those who put them in power the very day after they cast their ballot until the next time. Lies upon lies to cover up incompetence, masking the ineptitude of those who have the reins, and all for what? I stop and ask myself questions like these daily, wondering how on earth our beloved country will ever see the light again. But I and many others still have hope. Another important aspect of Norway's success is the recognition of the diversity
Speaker?
in spoken languages.
Honorable Rep, please take your seat. Please, it was at 34. The time was at 34. It was at 34, Mr. Mboli. It was.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on Rule 60. 1.
Rule 60.
Yes.
Okay.
1. We are asking about the relevance of this debate.
No. That rule is the one that enables the presidium to determine that. Let's allow the member to continue, Honorable. It's that rule that is usually abused by Honorable Kika.
Point of order.
Honorable Kika. Take your seat, Honorable Qele. I want to take your seat, Honorable Qele. Honorable Kika, what's happening? You are a whip and a member of the Rules Committee. I am trusting that you know that what you are about to do, you can't do. But what are you trying to do? I trust you.
Madam Speaker, the point of order is that the member raised the wrong rule.
You can't. You know you can't. Honorable Qele was, you are a member. Honorable Whips, when you are in the Rules Committee, you must also learn something that will display to your members here. You know you can't. Sit down, Honorable Kika. Continue, Honorable Rave. No, he knows he can't. We are chance.
Thank you, Speaker. Another important aspect of Norway's success is the recognition of the diversity in spoken languages by their constitution, which too bolsters social cohesion. Didn't the ANC just use its majority to ignore tens of thousands of voices through public submissions to push through the Bella Bill, which will see the constitutional rights of South Africans trampled on? So we visit a country where things work and work well. And then at home, we do the opposite. Ja, nee? Wat nou, frikkie? Hierdie regering is 'n lagende kontras van die lande wat ons getoer het. The Democratic Alliance has...
Please hold. I think I'm at the wrong thing after we stopped the honorable member. I believe that the time for honorable Rape was.
I'll come back.
I think that the time was 5 minutes initially, and when we stopped her, it was 1 minute already. Now she's already even gone beyond her time because she's coming back at 3 minutes.
She's also coming back later at 3 minutes. I believe that you added her time. You added her time. I don't know who's saying no, and I believe that himself doesn't know what he's saying. I am informing you that what you have done, the honorable rep time is divided into 5 minutes and 3 minutes. And now, if the time is 5, in my own words that I use here, honorable rep should be at 1 minute, because she also knows, she said, I will come back. Go to where honorable rep is. She said, yeah. So exhausted. Okay. I love the fact that it shows that honorable members that are women are honest. No, there was a man there from the DA benches right behind Honorable Madlokovu who said no. There is a man next to Honorable Mtimande who said the time is right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so glad to have woken up this debate.
Thank you. Table staff, please. Such a mistake must never happen. Never. We apologize, honorable members. Sincerely apologize. The next member for 6 minutes is Honorable P.P. Herricks. Linda, ngifuna ukubabona ukuthi sebeyibambile na. Nomkhosi ngizofuna uzibambele emandaba manje indaba yesikhathi. Ningayi outsource. Uzibambele. Thank you.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker, members of the House. Being afforded the opportunity to study as a leader is always a great opportunity, which should be welcomed with both hands, as it does not only enhance one's knowledge, but it also enhances the knowledge of the people you lead, who are then able to perform to their utmost of their abilities. However, as a vanguard of the poor masses, to stand here and say we appreciate the gesture by the KZN Legislature to send members to international study tours would be lying under oath to the masses of our people on the ground, because we know that it does not come from a good place, but from the ANC-led government's egotistical nature of self-enrichment and benefiting their own at the expense of poor taxpayers. It is a shame to note that the study tour by the provincial legislature paid exorbitant amounts for people to go and learn about accountability, loyalty, and responsibility, which are basic human values. Every year, the provincial legislature forks out millions for members to go on these international study tours, and they never come back with anything tangible that will advance this province. We might as well just start calling them all expenses paid vacations instead of study tours. This is the highest form of white-collar crime. Our provinces, municipalities are on the brink of collapse due to corruption, maladministration, cadre deployment, and many other factors which impact negatively on service delivery. Our people are left to fend for themselves. Our people are even deprived basic rights such as water and sanitation. Our province has the second highest unemployment rate, which is sitting at 6.7%. Many of our people live below the poverty line. Our province continues to be the epicenter for rape crimes, mass and political killings, and yet our provincial government has money to pay for international tours to the Kingdom of Norway and Uganda, which are both countries that prioritize the development of vulnerable people. While our dejected masses continue to struggle to make ends meet, bakhohliswa ngo-350 kuphela ongafiki indawo kulesimo somnotho esintengayo. If we really had to be honest with ourselves, no foreign study tours undertaken over a period of less than 6 months will solve the province's problems overnight. Had the ruling party been serious about addressing challenges that have a negative impact on service delivery with the information that comes with the digital resources, a desktop study would have produced the same results as going there physically. and would have been more in-depth than just precipitory observation. Let us agree to disagree other than taking photos of historical artifacts during these tours and posting them on social media for the consumption of those who cannot even afford to even go out of the province. These international tours are just a fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Abanye uma kungathiwa babhaliswa i-test ngabakufundile, it wouldn't even fill up a page. Uma kungezu khulunywa ngezindawo zobumnandi abazihambile. You cannot go to Uganda to study about the role of traditional leadership in promoting social cohesion. Meanwhile, even decisions pertaining on what should be done by the royal household are controlled by the Premier's office. You cannot go to Uganda and expect to learn about social cohesion when they themselves are divided by anti-homosexuality bill. You cannot go to Norway to study on how to capacitate civil society when cadre deployment is your modus operandi. As a government in rating that prides itself for being always on the side of the weak and the vulnerable, we would like to have a detailed breakdown on how much was allocated for these international trips, what has been implemented, why has it not been implemented, and what are the tangible timeframes for work that need to be implemented. As the EFF, ours is to continue to unshamefully hold those in positions of power accountable. Thank you.
Bengisacela ukusho ukuthi ilungu elilandelayo elizokhuluma kule ngxoxompikiswano imizuzu eyisikhombisa umhlonishwa uRejoice wakwaZulu egameni lenhlangano iAfrican National Congress obuye abe usihlalo we-public participation and petitions.
Somlomo, Sekela Somlomo, Ndunankulu namalunga onke esishayamthetho. Sibingelele kakhulu kusihlalo wekomiti umbiko ongalo. Umnguni wakoNyathikazi. As former President Nelson Mandela warned back in 2009 that as long as many of our people still live in utter poverty, as long as children still live under plastic covers, as long as many of our people are still without jobs, no South African should rest and wallow in the joy of freedom. Indeed, as members of this august house led by our glorious movement, the African National Congress, we remain inspired by those words and Tata's selflessness, commitment, and unwavering dedication to making South Africa a better place for all her people, which drives us to continue working hard to find the best practices of building the South Africa he fought for so hard to achieve. As such, from the 17th September to the 2nd of October, the delegation of KZN Legislature Portfolio Committee on the Office of the Premier visited Kingdom of Norway and the Republic of Uganda. Visits that were underpinned by the following objectives: to share ideas and best practices on how to strengthen the governance, communication strategy, and sustainable development programs, focusing mainly on youth and the vulnerable groups, to strengthen the strategic mechanism aimed at capacitating the civil service in the province, to strengthen social cohesion and cultural development, to learn from the host country's technological innovation that bring efficiency to achieving the above mentioned objectives. The time spent in Norway has increased the portfolio committee's knowledge of best practices in governance, the development of vulnerable groups, human capital development, social cohesion, among other things, which then it's a direct opposite to what udadewethu nongahlali ekomitini athi sasiyele nje ukuyovakasha, sasiyofunda ukuze sikwazi ukuseva abantu bakaZulu-Natal. Sibonele kwabenze kangcono nabathole inkululeko ngaphambi kwethu. This was achieved through a combination of presentation as well as visits. A typical consensus-driven democracy, Norway performs well in most international comparison of governance, quality of life, economic and social conditions. Continuity is the most conspicuous quality of the country's governance, which is typically steady and based on the implementation of cautions, incremental legislative measures, rather than spectacular ones of reforms. As a result, Norway has been able to avoid the worst of their global financial crisis and subsequent economic turmoil that severely affected most of Europe and has persuaded healthy economic policies. The state is by far the largest owner of capital in the country, holding about 40% of equity traded on the Oslo Stock Exchange. The state is virtually the sole funder of research, education, culture, and other areas. Nevertheless, with a few exceptions, the country has remained open to globalization and free trade and has been keen to ensure that the benefits of international trade are fairly distributed. Citizens are subject to a relatively heavy tax burden. A large share of tax revenue is spent on welfare transfers to individuals, which helps the country maintain low levels of inequality. Furthermore, honorable members, the Norwegian policies on youth development are among the most progressive in the world, which means, Honorable Premier, we are on the right track with the new youth fund that is aimed in empowering our young people. In 1981, Norway was the first country in the world to establish an ombudsman for children. The office has statutory powers to investigate individual complaints. It also monitors legislation and policy and engages in human rights education. It seeks to incorporate the Convention of the Rights of the Child into all areas of society and is particularly attentive to vulnerable children. The government's plan for the Child and Youth Policy Initiative is based on the following goals: a safe upbringing in the family and the local community, equal rights and opportunity, participation and influence, high quality services for everyone. Somlomo, siyafisa ukusho njengokhongolose ukuthi uhulumeni oholwa ukhongolose awusoze wakuthola ukuphumula up until sonke sibona i-realization ye-Freedom Charter through an efficient governance. Kodwa-ke uma sesigcina Somlomo, siyafisa ukulekeleleka ngokuthi sizwe kukhulunywa ngomadlokovu la, asazi noma usewuza kwethu yini. Njengoba mengabe eseyilunga lesishayamthetho, siyofisa ukumvikela ukuthi angasetshenziselwa nje ukuqukula abamhlophe kuphela, kodwa akathathwe naye njengomhlonishwa njengabo bonke abantu. Siyabonga.
The next member to participate in the debate is Honorable MC Mshinga of the NFP is not in the house. I therefore call upon the Honorable Mrs. Rajbansi on behalf of the MF for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Minority Front thanks the Honorable Matlope, Chair of the Premier's Portfolio Committee, for this detailed report on 2 countries which are passionate about culture and celebrate their iconic figures, especially their monarchy. At home, the Zulu and Xhosa monarchies are key to unlocking the cultural economies of South Africa, and the Premier's Committee must do benchmarking exercises from such studies to advance socio-economic transformation. It is further hoped that some lessons from the communication strategy and structures should be adapted and integrated to what we currently have. We know that a key result area for good governance is the measurement of good communication, based on the lack thereof, which results in rising protests. Of interest was the Parish Development Model, PDM, which needs to be pursued. The PDM 7 pillars of production, storage, processing, and marketing infrastructure and economic service, social services, mindset change, parish-based management information system, and governance and administration, which are a government and governance approach for effective public service delivery and suits KZN's agrarian potential. This PDM is linked to Uganda's National Development Plan 3, and similarly, we must revise South Africa's NDP 2030 to incorporate this for rural development. Finally, through my studies on reducing maternal mortality ratio to meet our SDGs 2030, I found that Uganda had massively decreased maternal deaths because it cares for its mothers and is creative in their budgeting and accreditation processes. Furthermore, Norway classifies their minorities into groups, that is, indigenous peoples, national minorities, and immigrants, and can learn from South Africa about our approach to the KZN and minorities, and to treat minority rights as human rights. Thank you.
The next member for 2 minutes is the Honorable M.E. Phakathi of the ATM.
Asibonge kakhulu Somlomo. Cha impela nami ngangingxenye yalabo babehambile bebheke khona eNorway. Esingakubalula nje kuko okubaleka kakhulu. Nayo iNorway noma izwe eliphethwe kahle kodwa kukhona abangafunda ebukhosini bakwaZulu. Ubukhosi bakwaZulu bubukeka kubukhosi obuqinile. Sabuka nje ukuthi cha into enhle ukuthi sike sibameme nathi bake bazofunda ebukhosini bakwaZulu. Ngoba nenkosi le abanayo lapha abayazi nokuthi eyakuphi, abayazi bavele bathathelwa nje inkosi ethize ukuthi hayi sekuyinkosi yakhona. That is why umsebenzi wawo ukuthi nje iyovula lela parliament lamasama ayazi lutho olutheni nangalawo masama kodwa nje yayi iyinkosi nje yabo. Saze saqamba ke laphana nenye inkosi sasihamba nayo yaba inkosi yawo masama ngoba kubonakala ukuthi amasama laphana awanayo inkosi. Somlomo iculture yethu kwaZulu ibukeka engaba iculture engabukwa umhlaba wonke ngoba thina la kwaZulu siyayazi inkosi yethu siyayazi futhi ukuthi ivelaphi Somlomo. Ukuhamba kwethu ke Somlomo safunda okuningi kodwa okwangithinta kakhulu Somlomo ukuthi masifika kulela lizwe sathola ukuthi izinga lokuzibulala kwabantu liphezulu kakhulu. Abantu bazibulala njalo ngenxa yokuthi leya ndawo ibuye ishintshe ibe mnyama, ibuye abantu bazibulale ngenxa yokuthi phela ba depressed ngenxa yokuthi kuba mnyama. So ngafunda into eziningi ukuthi kukhona abanye abantu abavayele ubumnyameni bazithole sebezibulala. Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo.
The next speaker for 7 minutes is the Honorable Amon Zulu, the Deputy Chair of Committees. It's Honorable Amon.
Mhlonishwa Somlomo Ndunankulu wesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal, mhlonishwa ubaba Mahlaba khona phakathi kwethu, abahlonishwa bonke abakhona. His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa once remarked that the people of South Africa desire action, answers, and execution, as well as a government that works for them in his state of the nation. Then the National Development Plan charges us with the responsibility to work towards building closer partnerships between countries, firms, and people, which will deepen our economic and social integration. That will contribute higher rates of economic growth and development. That's the reason why we went for benchmarking Honorable Herricks. Equally, the African National Congress is steadfast in its commitment to the idea of capable and development states, one that is characterized by a capable, independent meritocracy, political leadership focused on growth, a close frequency, mutually beneficial symbolic relationship between some state agencies and market forces, and effective policy interventions that support our economic expansion. Honourable members, we ought to adhere to the rules of law and the truth when handling subjects like this of benchmarking. Our province in South Africa needs to maintain our commitment to its foreign policy principles. We were raised in a country that was prone to war and apartheid, and most of our people were subjected to any international visits. Therefore, we are duty bound to uphold the Freedom Charter's assertion that there must be peace and friendship. Over the past 20 years, the use and development of international benchmarks by governments, companies, and non-governmental organizations has increased tremendously. And as a result, international benchmarking is increasingly seen as an exclusive form of transnational governance. Looking ahead, important issues of political and are also highlighted, and procedures like audits, rankings, indicators, indexes, baselines, and objectives are also used to measure both good and bad performance. Although it could seem like an unequal technical activity, the usefulness of utilizing global comparisons to guide policy choices depends on the following premises: the transferability of policy lessons, the policymakers that are motivated to learn from other countries and apply these lessons to inform our domestic policy design. Such an approach to policy learning is objective and rational, therefore conferring a degree of legitimacy. Honourable Speaker, the overall pivotal role in providing coherent strategic leadership and coordination in policy formulation, review, planning, and overseeing service delivery planning and implementation in support of provincial and national priorities and plans. As a result, some of the observations that we made that represent the above contributions include the government of Uganda have also invested heavily in the development of vulnerable groups. Although the local government structure is different from that of South Africa, it is proving to be representative and considerate of those in the rural areas. The implementation of Uganda's parish development plan model will see us to become a vehicle to achieve its national development plan. Despite its high level of youth unemployment and a weak economy, the government programs are keen on promoting a positive mindset and cultivating a spirit of entrepreneurship. The government also understands the positive impact the roles have on the government of Uganda as a country and as a society. That's what we learned, Honorable Harris, when we were benchmarking. One day, if you get an opportunity, if your organization or your party will allow you once, you will learn this. Comparatively, historically, the ANC has always envisaged a society free of oppression and economic exclusion and subscribed to the fundamental tenets of democracy, which also will include the principle of African unity and self-determination, parliamentary democracy, a human rights ethic, an universal franchise for all citizens, irrespective of race and social justice. The rule of law and the separation of powers between and among states, institutions, and the respect for minorities, and an accountable and transparent government. Amid challenges, significant progress has been made in the implementation of agreements that the two countries have had in the past. As we speak, business leaders from both South Africa and Uganda are involved in business forums, pledges for solidarity with parts of our continent that are struggling to get a peaceful situation were made. Among other crucial matters is the resolution of problems that impede economic growth and development between the two countries. Honourable members, when transforming South Africa into a developmental stage remains an apex priority, as we need to guarantee that political administrative interface is successfully handled, and we remain confident that we can do more and better to ensure that South Africans receive the service they deserve. In fact, we do listen to those who specialize in making upset criticism, but those who work with us to create a better province in South Africa serves as an inspiration to us. In conclusion, Somlomo, I want to encourage those of us in leadership roles to determine our unique duty and carry out in a way that will allow future generations to look back on us and say that our people's struggle was not in vain. I thank you, Somlomo.
Honorable Zulu, I want to draw your attention to Rule 55.1. You are not fully compliant with Rule 55.1, and because you are a presiding officer in the House, it is important that the four of us are always fully compliant to the rules. Now, we are now moving to the next person. For 2 minutes, Honorable SE Manqele. How? Bahambe naye yini kanti abantu? Bamthathile. Honorable SE Manqele. Honorable SE Manqele apparently is not in the house. Now we'll call upon Honorable Irep Onenhlanhla to come and have 3 minutes on behalf of the DA.
Sure. Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Herrick, I think next time the legislature might save costs and take us all on a bus instead of an aeroplane. Just saying. The Democratic Alliance has welcomed the King's concerns and willingness to use the monarchy to boost tourism and unemployment opportunities in KZN. Monarchies in Norway and Uganda are the epitome of sustainability and are unifiers in their own right, which proves these institutions have a valuable role to play in social cohesion. I've yet to see a report of the Zulu Royal Household Trust having fundraised in order to become self-sufficient in its endeavours to do good for the people of this province. At the end of the day, it's the Office of the Premier who oversees this trust, and it's the Office of the Premier that must account for its lack of implementation of a plan that has been on the cards for well over a year now. I will say it again. It seems the ANC-led government is stalling this issue. One must wonder whether it's to gain favour before May next year, or is it showing the people who's boss? But perhaps yesterday's by-election is an eye-opener. Here's one of my favourites. Power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I'm sure I don't have to tell you where that comes from. Funny enough, that speaks to successful countries such as Norway and Uganda who have coalition governments at the helm. Little wonder their success rate is growing and they are being recognised as countries to benchmark against. In closing, Honourable Premier, I've said it before, you are the centre of governance. You should be providing the leadership this province requires to ensure its prosperity, its protection, its economic growth and stability. Stop focusing on destroying a municipality that actually works, and you know that I'm talking about Umgeni, and focus on learning from it and those countries we have benchmarked against, and do something that will change the trajectory of our province. If you continue to ignore what is being said to you, you will find yourself as the opposition in 2024. We are not about to give up this fight. Our cause and love for our province and our country is far greater than your desire to meet, eat, and greet as a smokescreen for the ANC-led government to destroy what is left. Sinathemba futhi ngeke siphele amandla. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
The next member for 4 minutes is the Honorable MP Gwala on behalf of the IFP.
Honorable Speaker, government must admit that the big fish is slippery and don't leave footprints. In addition, we can learn more from Norway with regards to the interventions on municipalities, not like as the Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs MEC, Bongis Tolem Loyi, who is part of an ANC campaign to dislodge the IFP from power in the province's hung councils by abusing her powers under the guise of the law. Further, youth empowerment and development are important as their policies are among the most progressive in the world. We did not hear of any allegation of preferential treatment and political affiliation when it comes to the allocation of youth development programs, as it has been the case with KZN Youth Fund, where only ANC youth affiliated is prioritized. We can learn more new things from Norway on how to address social challenges that are faced by our people. Furthermore, an emphasis is placed on transparency, and as such, Norwegian labor law makes provision for the support of whistleblowers. So far, its whistleblowing program is proving to be quite effective in that Oslo receives an average of 300 reported cases. This is not the case with South Africa, where whistleblowers are left to fend for themselves. As the IFP, we believe that not protecting whistleblowers would seriously inhibit future disclosures and cause serious harm to the role of oversight to ensure good governance. Whistleblowers are a vital component of oversight in addressing serious malfeasance, both within government and throughout the private sector. However, whistleblowers are those who reveal misconduct or unethical policies in the public interest, and their important role is keeping the government honest is recognized in law that provide protection from retaliation for their disclosures. Further, I think it is important for us to emulate what people are doing in Norway in respect of their traditional leadership, including the royal family. They accord them the respect they deserve. For centuries, Uganda's socio-economic and political structure was anchored in the regional kingdoms of Buganda, Toro, Bunyoro, and Angola. I think it is important for us to emulate what people are doing in Uganda in respect of their traditional leadership, including the royal family. They accord them the respect they deserve. Uganda does not have a provincial government or assemblies. Further, there was the topic of who appoints chairperson of committees. It was stated that it is common in Ugandan politics to have a member of the opposition becoming a chairperson of a parliamentary committee. Surprisingly, this is not the case with the KwaZulu-Natal legislature. The appointment of accounting officers is done solely on merit and are political. This is the opposite of what is being done in the ANC-led government, where comradeship takes center stage in the appointment of an accounting officers. Hayi leke ka General Amin hayi yasiqeda amandla ngoba ngabuza ukuthi wayehlala kuphi la. Impendulo yathi cha. Akaze nje angene eParliament nje empilweni yakhe ngoba wathi amalungelo isixuku nje samadoda ayingozi. Wagcina sihlakazile. Ngiyathokoza.
The next member for 7 minutes is Honorable MPP Zungu for the ANC. For 7 minutes, the chairperson of Public Works Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Greetings to the Premier, Honorable Premier, members of Executive, the Whipare, Umkatwe Kona, Nomguni in absentia, connectile, honorable members and distinguished guests. Honorable members, our visit to the Kingdom of Norway and the Republic of Uganda commenced its formal engagement with Arctic University in Tromsø Center for Sami Studies. It's very important to know that one of the interesting mandates by the center is to promote the study of Sami language, Sami culture, the Sami people, and other indigenous people, of which is similar to our center, the KwaZulu-Natal Mafa and Research Institute, which is the Provincial Heritage Resources Authority, which I'll abbreviate as PHRA for KwaZulu-Natal. AMAFA, the predecessor to the institute, was established as a statutory body in terms of the KZN Heritage Act of 1997, replaced by the KZN Heritage Act of 2008. The institute became the official PHRA on the 14th December 2018, when of 2018 was gazetted. It was our delegation's observation that the Sami people share similar history with the people of South Africa. The current effort to redress the loss of ancestral lands, as with the case of South Africans before and after 1913, are slow and disenfranchising. This sentiment was seen in the 2017 elections, where less than 30,000 Sami people voted for their parliament. Honorable members, the issue of land is critical, hence the delegation was interested in this topic of land, which the ANC-led government is committed to deal with in an amicable and responsible way. On education, it's worth noting that KZN delegation discovered that the promotion of education amongst the indigenous people of Norway is administered in the form of grants. I know abanye baphikisana nama-grants babona sengazothi kuyamoshwa, kodwa futhi bese babona abacomplaina kuqala bekhulume ngokuthi kungani uhulumeni engakhokhi on time. The country government pays state subsidies to municipalities ngoba imkhandlu yalapha niyona interested with the responsibility noma i-function ye-education. And then the government ensure that they too receive the education through the subsidized distance learning programs. This was interesting as the KZN is a rural-based province, which we, as the province, if we can have such initiatives, kungayibenefit kakhulu iprovince yethu. Honorable members, on Uganda tour, it was stated that there are varying differences between the systems of government of Uganda and South Africa. The reason for that is the fact that Uganda doesn't have a provincial government or assemblies. Uganda's local government is also not regional, but rather a district level of representation. While in South Africa, we have provincial government system. The delegation was, however, interested in understanding how effective this government strategy is. Honorable Speaker, in Uganda, the colonial period created a similar issue that were also realized in South Africa, wherein the British administration unfavorably reconfigured historical traditional authorities according to those who were in support of their rule. On the topic of gender representation in parliament, it was stated that Uganda's constitution allows for a minimum of 30% of its members to be female. This is done through the affirmative action, where every district must send a female. In South Africa, gender representation under the leadership of the ANC is a priority where it gets expression in its gender policy. On youth initiatives, it was mentioned that their government is currently embarking on a project called Youth Livelihood Program, which provides resources to young people in villages to begin their enterprises. Such projects, honorable members, are critical as youth are our future leaders. We also have ours as KZN, which we pride ourselves, as we have seen that last month we embarked on a massive project for youth employment called Steshawaya Wire and Operation Vula. These projects have been added as part of speed up of youth empowerment to boost our economy as South Africa. This delegation from KZN Legislature was wonderfully accommodated with provision of all the required content in its study tours. It's also worth noting and mentioning, Honourable Speaker, that what we learned in terms of the Uganda ngokwendlobukhosi, bona indlobukhosi yakhona iyakwazi ukwakha umkhiqizo ogcina wakha uzinzo noma usiza ama-communities, thus assisting the government, unlike what is happening like I. So we will like to commend that what we've learned and wish that indeed we also grow as KZN to be that kind of a province wherein indlobukhosi ikwazi ukuthi ipartnerishe kungabi yona efundwayo but kube ukuthi kuma program akhona ewenza iyakwazi ukuthi size imphakathi kakhulu. This enabled the delegation to hold the meaningful engagements and necessary to benchmark our work of the oversight, amongst others. We thank the organization that had sent us, mina ke njenge-ANC, ngiyabonga ithuba because I wouldn't have known what is happening kwamanye amazwe okusenza ukuthi sibe abantu abahlomile ngokwanele ukuthi sishintshe izinto esizibonayo ukuthi nathi sidinga ukuthi siyishintshe, but also encouraging them to also come and learn the few things that we have as KZN. Ngiyabonga somlomo.
The next member, which now that we've finished with the debaters, we now hand over to Honorable Evie Dube for 5 minutes to respond to the debate.
Siyabonga kakhulu somlomo kubo bonke abadebate kahle, ngaphandle kokuthi ke ngimzwile Honorable Rabe usakhala kakhulu ngozwakele ukuthi wahamba eseqoqoda imali la. Inkinga uzwakele wahamba ke eqoqoda imali waya kwenye organization wangeza lapho kwakufanele eze khona nganoma uyagigiyela yini. Kodwa ke futhi bese ke cha ngicabanga ukuthi Honorable Herricks ayikho inkinga asidlule ebhasini. Inkinga ukuthi mhlawumbe okuningi kufanele kufunde lapha. Mawulalele kahle ama grieving sessions enu kubonakala kahle ukuthi anubhekile uANC. Ukube niyawulalela niyawubheka uANC ngabe niyabona nezinto eziningi enifunde lapha. Ngabe nifunda la endlini. Naku okunye nje kwa arts and culture babujunda ngiyocela nje ukuthi kuba meme bazofunda babone izinto esizenzayo, babone ama policies eANC, babone la sibheke khona. Bese bebona ukuthi ngesisikhathi ukuhambisa bona ayi kusuke umosa nje inkece ngoba kufanele ngabe sibahlalisa phansi sibafundisa. Ngibonga ukuthi ANC kuzo zonke izinkulumo ze-ANC zibonisa ukuthi lama study tours ane value engakanani kuthina njengo African National Congress, nanokuthi le benchmarking isifundisa ukuthi cha sisendleleni right ukuthi ngelinye ilanga nathi sifike la entweni ezenziwayo la amanye amazwe, ngoba kuyacaca abakufundile ukuthi bazokufunda bakufundile sizoku-implementa kusukela ngo-2024 kunolunye uguquko futhi esisazoletha kubantu bakwaZulu-Natal. Ingakho besithanda nje. Siyabonga kakhulu bonke abadebatile badebate kahle. Siyabonga kakhulu Nyamazane, siyabonga Junda noMabhedla isupport eninikeza le debate. Okugcina akushilo Rabe ukhulume nje ngehope. Ngazibuza ukuthi ngabe uyazi ukuthi ANC is the only organization that will bring hope to our people. Kodwa ke somlomo siyabonga.
Thank you. Honorable members, we'll move to the next item on the order paper, which will be a debate on a matter of age and public importance in terms of Standing Rule 111. Honorable members, on the 22nd of On the 22nd of September, I received a letter from the DA caucus invoking Standing Rule 111 to have a debate on a matter of public importance pertaining to a report of the Commission, South African Human Rights Commission, to the issues of KZN water inquiry report that was released the same day. On the 25th, which was the public holiday, I also received another letter from the economic freedom fighters requesting a debate on the same Standing Rule 111 on a matter that relates to matters of water. I had already at that time, after considering the rules and doing comparison with what is the word and spirit of the rules and the relevance of the rule to the request of the DA, we had considered that we were going to allow the debate of the DA, and therefore we declined the debate of the EFF because it was on a similar matter that was already requested and was already going to be scheduled. We also have allocated the entire debate, everything, into 1 hour, which is in line with the rules that say that it will not exceed the time as determined by the Speaker on the particular day. Therefore, honorable members, I will call upon the Honorable F.A. Rogers to introduce his debate on the matter that relates to the Human Rights Commission on behalf of the DA. I've called you already.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of KwaZulu-Natal, I want to take this opportunity for allowing the Democratic Alliance to table this matter. I would have hoped that as the governing party, that the ANC would have tabled the Human Rights Commission report. Sadly, it appears that this damning report is not important to the ANC. Madam Speaker, I believe that we should collectively hang our heads in shame. We have failed the people of this province. This is not my opinion, but that of the Human Rights Commission. It is important to note that the Human Rights Commission is an apolitical, non-racist structure that compiled this report, and therefore it's an independent report that gives the report all the more gravitas that it deserves. Nobody can shy away from these findings. I want to quote from the report: "This violation of rights is aggravated by the pervasive sense of neglect, disregard, and in some instances, contempt for people suffering and their attempt to engage with their municipality through officials and elected representatives," the report found. I want to continue on the report. The extent of the challenges in access to water and the rights violations experienced by communities, evidenced by the complaints tabled by residents and communities across the province of KZN, is profound and indicative of the failures in water provision and the violation of multiple human rights. I close quote. The Human Rights Commission inquiry into water service delivery revealed that critical infrastructure is collapsing due to rampant neglect, lack of investment, corruption, and a lack of skills and capacity to maintain and to meet the spiraling demand of this commodity. The Commission's provincial office received more than 600 complaints regarding access to water. These complaints relate to widespread water shortages in communities, and in some instances, no access to water for more than 7 days. inconsistent water supply, water disconnection, lack of alternate measures, such as the provision of water tankers, poor water quality, polluted water, and in some instances, poor billing. This has not only affected the community at large, but it's also affected schools, businesses, and a wide range of other organizations. eThekwini Metro Municipality, Ugu District Municipality, as well as uThukela District, account for the majority of the complaints, 92.6% in total. 86% of our water supply systems do not comply with the chemical determined standards. Only 8% of water supply systems were considered to have excellent technical skills. Only 8%, leaving 92% with poor and non-existent technical skills. Importantly, water safety planning, a key factor in risk management, was very poor across the province. This damning 24% is highlighted in the report. For a number of years, many municipalities in KZN have performed poorly. According to the 2021 State of Local Government report, out of the 54 total municipalities in KZN, 11 were declared dysfunctional, 20 were at medium risk, and only 1 was stable. In her latest municipal audit, the Auditor General of South Africa found that the audit outcomes in KZN reflected a net regression over the term of previous administrations as a result of inadequate leadership in responding to key issues, political infighting, instability in key positions, inexperienced officials, and the lack of enforceability and consequence management. These are issues that she's raised that we keep talking about, but yet nothing ever changes. The Human Rights Commissioner, Chris Neeson, said the report had found that municipalities and water authorities across the province had violated the rights of citizens to the access of clean water. However, those found guilty of their failures came up with poor excuses when they were confronted by the Commission. Chris Neeson went on to state, and I quote, municipalities about aging infrastructure and vandalizing cannot live 30 years into a democracy and not budget for maintenance and repairs, I close quote. In the eThekwini municipality, with areas such as Newland West, Tongaat, Durban, Mlazi, Lamontville, they experience water outages on a daily basis. eThekwini loses 52% of its water in revenue and is unaccounted for. Tongaat residents recorded some 85 days after the floods that they did not have drinking water on tap. In one instance, in Tongaat, community members went 21 days without water. Schools were closed. 126 days after the floods, the residents of Tongaat still did not have any water on tap. Areas such as Newlands West, Verulam, Tongaat, Lamontville all experienced ongoing water interruptions for a period of up to 80 days. Others reported water outages for periods of 15 hours. Ugu District Municipality in Margate and Hebbedine has had no water constant availability for 5 months. Local businesses are also severely affected by ongoing water shortages, particularly in those tourist industries, which is the prime source of business in the area. The Ugu Ratepayers Association made a submission to the Commission and made further submissions to the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, tabling this at a sitting with COCTA. That petition, which contained 1,800 words, was torn up at this very platform. I was in the House at the time. Now, if we feel proud of this type of behavior, when we get a report such as this from the Human Rights Commission, then it's time we did some introspection. The concern raised by residents in the eThekwini, once again, district municipality, is while it's reported there's inefficient water to be piped, water is still being delivered to communities through water tankers and standpipes. But, Honourable Speaker, we all know that the new form of corruption in water is the delivery of water by water tankers. What are we doing about it? How can we expect to deliver water in water tankers when there's very poor communication to the residents, when each resident is only limited to 5 litres, and in some cases when residents get there, there's absolutely no water left in the tank? Madam Speaker, as a way forward, I believe there's some key findings that we need to deal with moving forward, and it's contained in the report by the Commission. And the first thing is that this legislature, of which all of us are members, are tasked to start doing oversight in particular areas where there's challenges with water infrastructure. We cannot have the mayor of eThekwini deciding unilaterally that councillors will not do oversight, instructing his security to stop any councillors from doing oversight. It is this legislature's responsibility now, as one of the way forwards, to start putting together an oversight program on water.
The next speaker for 9 minutes on behalf of the ANC is the Honorable Dr. NNG Mathaba, MEC for Arts, Culture, for Sports, Arts and Culture. Sorry, Dr. Mathaba.
Greetings, Honorable Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, honorable members, and maybe before I start, let me also pass my word of condolences to the leadership of the IFP and Abawapindangen. You see, I will start by quoting what Amika Cabral once said, that tell no lies, claim no easy victories, mask no difficulties. As I stand here, we all know that there are challenges. And those challenges that the Premier herself acknowledged, and she said we need to make sure that we work on that. If I can quote what President Mandela said, he once said, just as a seed needs water to grow, a nation needs water, because without water, there is no life. We are not hiding that there are challenges, but we must not politicize this issue. We must all work together to improve the situation. Because if we are going to, I will be brief, because we need not to grandstand about issues like this, but we must find solutions, as the Premier said. And already there are processes which have been put in place to make sure that we improve the situation. We respect Chapter 9 institutions like Human Rights Commission, and we respect its findings. And we will not in any way disregard what is contained in the report. We must, all of us, as members of this House, I'm not going to take 9 minutes, Madam Speaker. I will be very brief, as I said. But I want to say, all of us, when we see a challenge, it is our duty to make sure that we work together to build our nation, we build our province. We can all sing together, but we can't talk all at the same time. Yeah, we need to make sure that we work for the betterment of the people of KwaZulu-Natal, and we need to make sure that we improve the conditions of our people and not politicize them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The next speaker for 7 minutes on behalf of the IFP is the Leader of Official Opposition.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, and honorable members of the House. Let me first thank the Speaker and Honorable Mahlaba and all members of the Legislature for the messages of condolences and also honoring the Prince of Wapindangene on the day he was laid to rest. I also want to thank in particular the Premier and the DG who spent days at Wapindangene to ensure that the Prince of Wapindangene got a fitting send-off. The IFP is in full agreement that the contents of the South African Human Rights Commission report are a matter of public importance. The report confirms the challenge we know and live with, as some of us sometimes stay for days without access to water. The report's findings highlight that, for the most part, it is the previously disadvantaged who bear the brunt of the state's incapacity to fulfill its assigned statutory obligations in terms of the Water Services Act to ensure the delivery of water to communities. As the IFP and all people of KwaZulu-Natal must agree and echo the Commission's view that the failure of the state 28 years post-apartheid to transform colonial and apartheid era spatial planning to benefit previously excluded and disadvantaged communities is completely unacceptable. As with other essential services provided by the state, such as electricity, citizens are now facing a major crisis due to the state's complete disregard for infrastructure maintenance. The IFP is deeply concerned by the findings of the report related to the corruption and enrichment of officials as regards the water tankering system, whereby community members with connections and money receive regular delivery and supply at the expense of others. These and other issues listed in the report require immediate attention if we are to avert this growing human rights violation. In its recommendation, the Commission provides a timeline of 12 months for a report back on progress. The IFP believes that there needs to be a commitment from all role players for immediate action and a report back within 6 months to ensure that interventions begin as soon as possible. While all recommendations are crisis-related, some could be viewed as more urgent than others. For example, where it is recommended that COGTA review the funding model for municipalities and consider the provisioning of a special grant to effect upgrades and rehabilitation of critical water infrastructure and report to the Commission within 12 months from the date of this report. A commitment must be made to do this within a reasonable time before the end of the year in order to avert the situation. In the report, the panel noted further that the DWS Green and Blue Drop reports indicate the Water Master Plan is not going according to plan and requires analysis of what is going wrong. Action is needed now. The department must determine where the shortfalls are and develop solutions so that in 6 months' time, they can report that the Water Master Plan is on track. Timelines must be added to the recommendations related to the water boards and their development of additional bulk water supply schemes, as well as investigation of new prospects related to groundwater. Further, the urgent steps to address the aging infrastructure and maintenance of the respective water boards cannot wait 12 months. This work must also begin before the end of the year. The report highlights the 3 municipalities that account for the most water-related complaints. Amongst them, the IFP-led Uthugela District Municipality. The IFP will not shy away from admitting where there are challenges. Yes, we are having challenges in Uthugela District. What compounds matters is that we inherited the municipality with the unfunded budget, which unfortunately is still to take many years. The infrastructure is old and has not been maintained for years. The challenges at Uthugela and all other areas where neglect has been a cause of problem. A joint urgent action is needed for the sake of our people. The IFP notes all the recommendations by the Commission in this report, in particular, those that relate to the operation of districts and local municipalities, and we will be taking them back to our municipalities for consideration and implementation. The IFP remains committed in working together with all relevant stakeholders in following up the progress on the various departments and entities to ensure that the water provision is ensured at the earliest time to our people who remain disadvantaged up to date as they were prior 1994. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The next member for 6 minutes is Honorable LM Mayor of the DA.
Everyone has the right to have access to sufficient food and water. So states the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Speaker, it is a very good thing this report from the South African Human Rights Commission is 155 pages long. This means it will be very difficult, I would say almost impossible, for a Premier to stand up here today and tear this report up as she tore up the petition by the long-suffering and still suffering residents of Ugu, way back when she was still the MEC for Cocteau. And quite honestly, the energy she used to tear that petition up was the most she ever did regarding that long ongoing water crisis. Not a crisis due to drought or any other natural disaster, but a man-made crisis brought on by the biggest disaster to hit South Africa in the last 20 years, the ANC government. Whilst the members on my right will probably hammer on about the past, the Human Rights Commission did not do the inquiry into that. They are looking at the now, the fast decreasing quality of water provision in KwaZulu-Natal today. Or they will jump up and down, shouting angrily about Cape Town and day zero, fully ignoring that that water crisis was due to a drought. And not even the ANC can accuse the DA of preventing the rain from falling. The fact is that the hard work of the DA-led Western Cape government prevented the taps from totally running dry in the cities and towns of that province. Speaker, the ANC-led government must use this debate not to attack the opposition, not to shout about racism, capitalism, and whatever straw man they care to erect today. This debate put on the order paper today is for the ANC-led government to firstly acknowledge that we have a problem, and then secondly tell us what are they going to do about the problem. Madam Premier, what is the plan? And don't tell us about the KZN water master plan. For 4 years now I've heard about his plan. It's a bit like Santa Claus. You hear about it, but you never see it. Speaker, the Premier must rise to the occasion today and show the people the way forward out of this crisis. For the Human Rights Commission report is damning. And reading it, even the word crisis is not strong enough. So through you, Speaker, what is the plan, Madam Premier? What are you going to do about the mafiaization, that's a new South African word, the mafiaization of the water tankers in this province? Not only the SAHRC report talks about it, another damning report by Corruption Watch speaks about how tenders for water tankers and even the water tanker drivers themselves use these tankers to get-rich-quick schemes to the suffering of our people. There is more than enough proof that water tanker entrepreneurs with contacts to the governing party go so far as to vandalize water infrastructure to ensure the ongoing use of their water tankers. What will this government do? What will the government do about the ongoing failures of the district municipalities to provide safe drinking water to its residents? The SAHRC report makes a few recommendations to Cocteau in the Constitution, Madam Premier. There are 12 recommendations to Cocteau in your government, Madam Premier, in this report for implementation, ranging from implementing a special grant for upgrades of water infrastructure, to developing a tracking mechanism to monitor municipalities' performance, to enacting a state of disaster in certain municipalities.
Members, don't drown. Don't drown. I hear that, yeah, Honorable Msimango, you are now drowning people. Honorable Msimango, don't drown him. Continue, Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. People don't like the truth, eh? Ish. But I want to stop for a moment at the third recommendation to Cocteau, and I quote, where appropriate, listen carefully, Madam Speaker, Madam Premier, where appropriate, invoke powers in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution, Madam Premier, to put municipalities under administration for failing to deliver water. Oh, I can imagine the MEC of Cocteau's face when she read that line, if she did read it. So now I do not for 1 second expect any action from the infamous MEC of inaction, or she preferred to be called the MEC for Cocteau, on this. I mean, from her announcement in May, we are now in September and still nothing on Section 154 intervention in eThekwini. So like water in a tap in Ugu, 1-3 intervention will never, ever come. But the truth of the matter is, our district municipalities and our metro, clearly according to this report, is failing to provide a basic human right, water to our people. Gogos and Ugu that must walk kilometers to a water tanker to get relief, as the district has, through the failure to maintain the infrastructure, brought that district to its knees. And it's not just the suburbs, it's the townships and the rural areas too. Will the MEC intervene? Utukela, where the water crisis has been long ongoing and no action sees forthcoming with no help from national provincial governments. Will the MEC positively intervene? And eThekwini, with our areas in ink, ironically the constituency of the chairperson of COCTA, that has had not water for years, and where water tankers sometimes come, most often don't, or the northern suburbs, where there was no water for a week, as according to the head of water, someone closed the valve and no one knows where it is. I was tempted to say, Speaker, that the report is wrong. It is not the municipalities that should be put under administration, it is this Premier's government that should be put under administration. But then I remembered this is not necessary. For next year, the people of this province will peacefully rise up and make their mark and put this province under a new management. The ANC-led government closed the taps of this province. The people will peacefully rise up and open these taps through the ballot box. You had your chance. You failed. Step aside. A new hope is coming. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, there is one thing that you also make difficult for me. You know, when you start shouting at the same level or at a level above to the members, you make it impossible for me to call for the members to get their voices down. You know, there are members who keep their voices at the same pitch so that the members, like Honorable Hussein, so that the members would be calmed and not drown the speaker. But then there are members then who then hail so that I am not accused of inconsistency. Honorable Mayor, also go and hail back at them, and you end up saying that, okay, they're at this. There's no drowning of the speaker. The speaker is shouting and the members are shouting. So there's no drowning. So I want it to be clear that I intervene when you are actually being drowned by the members. So whenever you compete with the members and raise your voice higher than them, however much they are shouting, if you still strive to go beyond their voices and they are not drowning you, you make it impossible for me to intervene. And the decorum of the House goes sometimes because you also pitch at too high. I just thought that I must say that in passing. But the other members make it easy to intervene and say you are drowning the speaker, and the members then calm down and it's fine. By the way, the next member for by the next member, okay, honorable members, you have your time, you will still have your time. I don't participate there in the debates. Mine is to ensure that you both, from both sides, have your time. The next member for 5 minutes is the Honorable H.P. Chiliza. You can ask me, I'm a lady. Ask Honorable Mtetwa. We used to sit in the same portfolio committee last time. Honorable H.P. Chiliza of the EFF. Honorable Chiliza of the EFF. Honorable Chiliza of the EFF. Huh? Is she connected? Okay. You change in the proper way when you want to change. Ne? This is what I have. Honorable CM Shinga of the NFP has apologized. I will now call upon the Honorable Mrs. Rajbansi for 2 minutes. Honorable Mrs. Rajbansi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The MF thanks the DA for bringing this debate of public importance at least a year later, because it certainly looks like this report has been collecting dust on some government shelves. Durban is, of course, rich in water. It's a case of water everywhere. and not a drop to drink. We do not have to reach this point. Hence, CMF recommends that responsibility and accountability must be placed at the table of the Umgeni Water Board. The MF thanks the South African Human Rights Commission for its efforts. Recently, the National Minister dissolved one of the 15 water boards in January 2020 before this report. The largest boards are Umgeni, Overberg, and Rainwater. The Umgeni Water Board needs to be dissolved, and competent candidates must be recruited. In October 2022, a water conference was held in Durban, and we were promised that, the report that will be given to this Honourable House by the eThekwini officials at an oversight meeting held prior to this in this Honourable House. Water conservation was supposed to be prioritized. Canalization was supposed to be the focus. We have Albert Falls, Inanda, Midman, Jozini dams, amongst others, but why do we not have proper tributaries created to ensure that water-scarce areas have smaller dams? We visited Ghana in 2017, and a good example was the Lake Volta Dam project. We cannot have a situation where water is distributed, also, Honourable Speaker and members, along racial lines. This is a gross human rights violation and must be condemned. It must be mandatory by national for all municipalities to ring-fence 15% of their budgets towards infrastructure upgrades.
Thank you, Honourable Mrs. Rajpanzi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Mthethwa, I want to correct because what we are saying will be picked up and be on record. Honourable members, the members who may not be in the House and connected, in the rules of this House, they are present. And I want us, whenever we want to raise such issues, remember that the rules as amended envisage the attendance to the House to be in two forms, physical or virtual connection. And that stands, honourable members. Thank you. We will now move to the Honourable Emmy Phakathi for 2 minutes on behalf of the ATM.
Thank you, Speaker. Somlomo, inkinga yokusweleka kwamanzi KwaZulu-Natal, inkinga ya wonke umuntu. I will repeat what I've said before, that we should all work together and work with our constituencies in teaching them how to harvest water and how to save water. The issue that I've always been raising, that yes, infrastructure has aged, because take for instance, a township like KwaMashu started to be built in 1957. So for sure, the infrastructure would have aged by now. So as we change infrastructure, we must come with an alternative, Madam Speaker, to be able to have water. And the issue of privately owned dams, I will never go away from it, because there are still dams that are privately owned, that our people cannot access water from that. People from the white community, they have their own dams on the other side, and the black communities are suffering. They are not able to access water. It is important, Madam Speaker, that we deal with privately owned dams. People in Echozini, they are staying next to the dam, but they can't access water. You'll find there's someone that is 500 meters away from Echozini dam, but that person does not have water. So we need to deal with such issues so that we can all have water. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The next speaker for 2 minutes on behalf of ACDP is the Honourable SE Manqele. Abakambois. SE Manqele. SE Manqele is not in the House. We therefore call upon the Honourable S.A. Duma, the leader of the ANC in the House, for 12 minutes Honorable S.A. Duma has informed and requested permission that he will show his face at the beginning because he's struggling with connectivity, and then will switch off to save the bandwidth. Honorable S.A. Duma.
Thank you so much, Makhubela, for affording this opportunity. Indeed, this is a serious debate, and we hope that all the members were going to be fruitful and thoughtful, and at the same time effectual when debating these matters. But the reality and the scenarios of our country and in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, you know how skewed and the issue of racialization within our communities. From the beginning, we just rise to address this House and wish to affirm our commitment towards working with Chapter 9 institutions such as SE Human Rights Commission, the Public Protector, Auditor General, and others, strengthen service delivery to protect human rights. As Honorable Mahlaba has already acknowledged, and we recognize the presence of the PRIM and the collective and the entire coherent meaning and the cohort of this august House, Honorable Speaker. And it's indeed, you'll understand that Honorable Rogers has already highlighted the fundings. Deliberately did not say even a single sentence on the legacies of apartheid regime and the special formulation of South Africa and how it was manufactured, even the portrayed content of where we're coming from as a country, so that it's going to be easy for him to lay a blame towards a government currently led by the ANC. And you know how skewed it was, Honorable Speaker, as you know, that the High Crest of an highest order in the content of KwaZulu-Natal as a province. Gladly so, Honorable Pagat have already spoken about the issue of agriculture in the province. It has contributed both positive and negative. You'll find that there are private dams. The minister has already mentioned that they are busy auditing such areas so as to harvest, so as to amass almost all the wealth when coming into water processes. Because even as you have integrated the board of Umgeni, Uthugela board, but you won't have ample space just to knit and navigate and address all the imbalances. But you need all the stakeholders to come close. We would be glad if Honorable Rogers was going to say that at some point in time they stole our land. So it will be difficult for us to balance some other equations, so that if they are fair enough, they must just give us those things. Madam Speaker, when we assumed office last year, August 2022, as the new executive, we offered to strive operate as a cohesive unit that is effective in guiding all categories of staff at head office and district across all municipalities. It would be unfair today that we are blaming the Premier, Honorable Ncube, as we speak, after she has delved deeper even in the state of the province. How are we going to make sure that we equip our people, the skills transfer, the technology, and ensuring that how we're going to address with the issue of the plight in rural areas, in township in particular, where the Rogers of this world, the mayors of this world, they don't reside, they don't even taste and understand those matters. But we must also, however, highlight that unfortunately, even for the Human Rights Commission, they didn't go into deeper details and give us the proper scenario, because I wouldn't want us to take this report as the means to an end. After this, and I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, you saw how shy and how artificial noble Honorable V.F. Tabisa was. He understood the realities that majority of these municipalities are led by the IFP. In fact, even at the beginning, in the 96, these municipalities were at their hand. So he can't be able to come and shout that it's because of the reality matters. And unfortunately for us, because we lead the society, we understand the historic missions. We must make sure that we unite our people. We must make sure that we offer services to our people. And I thought Ubabu Hlabisa was also, he spoke about essential services provided by the state. And fortunate or unfortunate for him, Inkosi Yamanazaret at Ntabazwe told the people that during apartheid, our people were not given these services, starting from electricity, water. But the ruling party, the current scenario, they have to make sure that they service every people, every community. So those are the issues. Unfortunately, before one continues further, Honorable Speaker, it is painful when you hear the condescending voice from Ellen Mayor when she was referring to our Premier. Unfortunately, Honorable Mayor does not understand anything around advanced thinking and the comprehension of water. If you could just give them tomorrow, Honorable Speaker, if you could just give them an analysis and a scenario, give them 10 minutes presentation with the Premier, you'll hear what happened. So it's bad that when he's given a platform, he does not resolve our people simply because he can afford the solar panel, he can afford boreholes, he can afford services from the private dam. So those are the matters that we thought members of this august house were going to avoid.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Duma. Honorable Kika, which rule are you rising on?
On Rule 74, Madam Speaker. Rule 74 1A, in particular, accusations of improper motives and a reflection on a member's dignity. I don't think that the Honorable Duma should be making reflections on the ability of the Honorable Mayor to be able to grasp issues or be in a position of privilege.
No,
he should apologize for this.
Honorable Kika, I am well capable. I'm well capable, honorable members, please. Honorable Kika, Honorable Duma was not accusing a member of any improper thing. He was in the part of the debate in the same manner that Honorable Mayor, in the part of his debate, was saying what the Honorable Premier, in his opinion, should have done and shouldn't have done. So what Honorable Duma is doing is part of the debate. There is no personal reflection or any impropriety that is made as an accusation to Honorable Mayor. Honorable Duma, you may continue, sir.
Thank you so much, Khubela, for understanding and giving us this opportunity once again. It is also true that millions of people have been connected to such services by ANC-led government. It is true that as a result of this massive connection of our people, the water infrastructure is battling under the pressure. This old and dilapidated infrastructure has also been damaged by devastating flood, if you understand the issue of global process these days. It is true that the beneficiaries of apartheid spatial planning will deny all the facts that I've highlighted. The beneficiaries of apartheid will do everything in their own power to belittle our efforts. They will turn a blind to the fact that the ANC government, through Human Settlements Department, has constructed millions of houses in the township and rural areas. It is true that ANC government has ensured previously neglected communities in rural or urban areas have new housing projects with running water as we speak, and that there is running water new constructed social amenities such as community halls, the sports ground, the schools and clinics. All these things are coming in the new dispensation, and our people were not taken into cognizance when the planning pattern in the past was tabulated in the boroughs or in the council. They will create doubt amongst ourselves and our people. They will target individual leaders of the movement, and by so doing hope to create an impression of a state of paralysis in the governing party. We must also highlight, Honorable Speaker, as we speak, at Uzulan district, we thought that Babu Hlabisa is going to highlight that 210 million have been appropriated, have been transferred towards that municipality. But at this point in time, we have not yielded any fruition. Probably the issue of things that are not being done correctly are the things. It's true, wish to reiterate that we continue to receive updates from Ukwe, Teguini municipality and other municipalities regarding the repair of water infrastructure. In particular, we welcome efforts aimed at ensuring continued water provision following unplanned interruption of water supply. We wish to single out tourist destination areas such as your Durban North, your Ramsgate, your Market, Port Edward on South Coast, Richards Bay and surrounding areas in King Kwecha and other parts of the province that are stimulating our economic spin-off, are also attracting our tourists, that these are the fundamental pillars where we ought to make sure that we consolidate an approach of thoroughly dealing with these matters. I've already highlighted that we are convinced that a long-lasting solution to the water crisis is in sight. Our confidence is based current rollout of bulk water infrastructure project through the corners of KZN, through the RBIG to the value of 7.8 billion. Below our project already, Madam Speaker, being rolled out by Umgeni Tugela Water Board as we speak. Nearly 2.3 billion is allocated for a lower Umkomazi bulk water supply project, which is going to supply eThekwini, Greater Mpufana, which is going to supply Ugu district, which is also going to harness in some instances all the belt of Ilembe district. The issue of Mshwati bulk water supply saving both Mgungundlovu and Ilembe district. We have recently visited some areas. About 150 million has been allocated to Ugu district municipality from WSIG in order to ensure sustained water supply. An estimated of 5 billion has been allocated for the bulk regional water scheme for Alfred Duma local municipality in Tugela district municipality. About 235 million has been allocated for phase 5 and 6 of the Mandlakazi bulk water supply in the Zululand district. And unfortunately it was different and strange concept that at the comprehension and the conclusion of this report, such new process and such new projects are not elevated, so that you will see, Honorable Speaker, that as much as we've got a dilapidated infrastructure, as much as we've got an aging infrastructure, probably in 5 years to come, if the minister will be given a platform in a form of water and sanitation, they will address some of these things, because those are the realities of what we currently encroach in our scenario. Greater Mthonjane bulk water supply and Middle Drift bulk water supply, both in the King trial, will ensure that over 40,000 households have access to water. The Mkhanyakude district multi-billion water project, which include Greater Ingwavuma bulk water supply in Jozini local municipality, will supply Jozini, will supply the Hlabisa, will supply Tuba municipality. Mtikini water supply scheme in Mhlabuyalingana local municipality will supply and safe drinking water to communities of Skemelele, Mtikini and Escabazini. Important as stated by Minister Mkhono, Honorable Speaker, the above intervention era already in place and addressing directly all challenges contained in SA Human Rights Report on water crisis in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So when we deliberate on these things, just inculcate a theorem of understanding that our people know, they could even feel the strength of this government, understanding the gripe and the realities of where they come from. Because some of us grew up in rural areas where we must go and fetch water. We're pariahs in our land. We're pariahs in our country. So that is why our people are grateful of what has been done by the ruling party. Nevertheless, they are still saying that there are outstanding matters which one has elevated. But it is always critical, Honorable Speaker, when we deliberate on such report, we must not present them as a gospel truth and single out one commissioner as if they are not biased. They come in society just like us. And you know, Honorable Speaker, we always speak about the issue of ideological superstructure. Recently, we've had an IC commissioner in the form of Judge Pillay saying that the ruling party must lose power. Yet that judge serves in the commission. Yet that judge is a commissioner. So if you think that you polarize the matters of saying that this Chapter 9 institution, we just have to absorb their report without scrutiny, will be incorrect, because they are individuals, they are being coalesced. As we speak right now, it will be easy for a DA member to come in the platform and speak as if there are no scarcity of resources, because they have been bankrolled by the Capitec Bank. So for them, from tomorrow onwards, if there is a problem of the rain gauge that are not working, they'll just go and buy. So we want to thank you for affording us the opportunity to clarify this matter. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Mahubet.
The next speaker. Now we have come to the end of the debate, but we have the Honorable Rogers to respond to the debate for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the question we have to ask ourselves is, how did we get here? How did we get to the point that you have a Human Rights Commission report that literally crucifies every sphere of government in KwaZulu-Natal? You can blame the past as much as you want to, Honorable Duma. You can blame apartheid until the cows come home. But listen to what Chris Nissen says. Unless you're calling Chris Nissen, somebody that's out of touch. And I read it. He said, you cannot live 30 years into democracy and not budget for maintenance and repairs. That's got nothing to do with apartheid. It's got nothing to do with the color of my skin. It's got everything to do with systems of government that are failing. That's what it's got to do with. And unless you're going to address that and you're going to keep looking at the rearview mirror as to what happened 28 years ago, you're not going to address this. People are tired of your racist rhetoric. It might work for your campaign when you run into the 2024 election, but generally people, bakatela lento. We're over that. We're one nation, we're a rainbow nation, and let's come up with solutions. That's actually what we've got to do. And you know what, Honorable Duma, maybe the floods have had an impact on infrastructure. I can buy that. I think you make absolute sense there. Here's the reality. I'm coming to the end of my second term, and we've been talking about failures of water in 2 terms that I've been here. Ugu, we've been talking for years. Ministers have gone down there, national ministers of water. They've made promises. They're going to deal with it. What's happening? Go to Azingulweni. Go there and ask the people if they're happy. I challenge you. Next time they cut off the road between Azingulweni and Harding, please go there. I urge you, I'll go with you. Let's go and listen to the people. But they'll tell you the reality, that the ANC has no solutions to the challenges facing this country. You have no solutions. You look to the past and instead of looking to the future. You know, one of the things that I was taught in life, when you subject to an abuse or abused substance, you'll never get rid of that substance until you admit that you are addicted to that substance. And this is what the ANC cannot see. You cannot continue denying that there's a crisis. The Human Rights Commission report is succinct and it tells you what the problem is, and that is the ANC.
Thank you, honorable members. We have now come to the end of the debate on the matter of public importance, and now it was the last matter on the order paper. Honorable members, we have now come to the end of the orders that were on the order paper today. And I think I must come back, honorable members, on the use of the matter of public importance, because it comes to us and where we have to take leave in terms of the oversight that we have to play, and relevant portfolio committees that have to play if they have any. And let's keep it at that, honorable members, and keep it at that when it comes to the House. But I have rulings that were outstanding. I think I have 2 rulings that were outstanding way back from April. But there is also a ruling that was outstanding from the 31st of August that the Deputy Speaker deferred. Whilst the Deputy Speaker deferred the ruling in the House, we received a letter from Honorable Kika saying that we must bring that. I want to state it, when we defer a ruling, there is no need for you to write a letter to say we must bring the ruling. The ruling will be brought here. And when you go through the rules, there is no requirement for that. But sometimes honorable members do like to do this thing of probably putting some enforcement where it is not necessarily existent. Whilst we were dealing with the ruling with the Deputy Speaker
on the matter that happened in the House when I was away on the 31st of August. We received a letter from the Honorable Chief Whip, who was saying that in hindsight and after contemplating the happenings of the sitting on that particular day and looking deeper on Rule 75, he felt that his conduct on the day was not in conformation with the interests of good political relations and was not also in line with the rules, where he was saying that he is unreservedly apologizing and withdrawing the statement. Because already there was a framing of the ruling, we just said that to the Chief Whip, we wrote back that the Chief Whip will be offered an opportunity just to withdraw the utterance that was aimed at Honorable Dubois on the record. Honorable Chief Whip, may you withdraw the statement that was addressed to Honorable Dubois about being racist on the record.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, and honorable members. Yes, Honorable Speaker, I do want to confirm that I've written that letter officially to withdraw the statement that I made on that particular day against Honorable Hans de Boer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The next one that we... Oh, okay, no, ndibona niphakamisa izandla nibathathu ngoku. Oh, nibathathu kaloku. No, I was worried. You are three. I thought that there is a leader there. I did not know there is no leader. I thought that there is a leader, there is a whip. I was fine and I see many. Nonetheless, there was a ruling that is ready for the 25th of May, but it includes members that are not in the House. Honorable Twala has tabled an apology, is not in the House. I checked, I'm not sure whether Honorable Ngubane is in the House or not, but Honorable Twala, it involves Honorable Twala, Honorable Ngubane, Honorable Gavenda, Honorable Aluza, Honorable Sonjika. So, Honorable Twala has officially apologized, so the ruling will be deferred to the next sitting where the honorable member is. The next ruling relates to Honorable Zulu. It happened on the 20th of April during a plenary on the budget vote on sports, arts and culture on the matter of Honorable M.A. Zulu's capabilities as a presiding officer. That was written, it was put in by the Honorable Martin Meyer. I must say that there's something that I've noted, honorable members, Honorable Kika, that when you are putting a complaint or raising a ruling, there is you raising a ruling, a complaint, and also a member raising a letter. I understand that the proper way of raising a matter according to the rules, a point of order, is that the member that is raising it, there is no need for the whip also to accompany. That letter that is actually sent as an accompaniment, in essence, is the one that is raising the ruling. Hence, we will not be speaking anything about you and your other letter. So we'll be speaking about Honorable Mayor because his letter was the one that was the essence and the person that was present. So as we go forward, the member that is raising a point that was present in the sitting and is the one that objected to a certain behavior that is outside the rules must submit that letter directly. There is nothing that is wrong with that. Rules are a matter of all of us as members. And that is why every member stands up here and raises a point of order in terms of the rules. At the plenary on 20 April 2023, during the budget vote on sports, arts and culture, Honorable Bising had made remarks during his speech which some honorable members felt were inappropriate and inaccurate. At the time, the presiding officer, Honorable M.A. Zulu, requested Honorable Singh to withdraw some statements. Honorable Singh
did not withdraw them, and asked what it was that he was supposed to withdraw, ended up sticking to his speech while the debate continued. The presiding officer requested Honorable Singh to leave the plenary. Subsequent to that, we received a letter from Honorable Dr. Aikika, the DA Chief Whip, which criticized the conduct and manner in which Honorable Zulu presided over the plenary, and he wrote, and I quote, that I refer to the attached report, which is the report that I was saying is the one that is the essence of what happened. Compiled by Honorable Martin Meyer, dated 20 April 23. The content is self-explanatory and excessively worrying. The conduct and actions of the presiding officer bring into serious question his ability, capacity to be a presiding officer. Clearly, a remedy would be to either capacitate this presiding officer further or to exclude him from the panel altogether. I close quote. So upon this, the receipt of the letter, I undertook that I would respond to the matter. And the response is that we wish to raise the following. First, Honorable M.A. Zulu is the deputy chairperson of committees and is empowered by Rule 18(1)(b) to preside over the House, this House, in the absence of the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and Chair of Chairs, and over mini plenaries. So Honorable Zulu had previously executed the duties of presiding officer during other sessions without any questionable omissions or commissions. Presiding officers, along with members, are subjected to ongoing capacitation in whatever space they have been nominated to occupy or lead. In some instances, presiding officers must make decisions that members may not agree with. This will not, however, detract from the validity of their decisions, nor their positions that they occupy. In conclusion, therefore, Honorable Zulu will remain as part of the panel of presiding officers by virtue of the portfolio that he holds as the deputy chairperson of committees. It is further acknowledged that all members, including all presiding officers, including myself and the deputy speaker, will form part of further capacity building initiatives so that we continue to be made better in the work that we execute. Honorable Zulu may only be removed as a presiding officer over mini plenaries when this House vote him out of the position of being a deputy chairperson. So Honorable Zulu will remain presiding officer when there are mini plenaries. Those were the two rulings that we will table for today. The other one will table in the sitting when the members that are involved are present. With that said, honorable members, if there's nothing else, we have come to the end of today's business. We will see each other tomorrow at the Senior Citizens Parliament in Umkhanyakude. The House is adjourned until tomorrow.
Order, Madam Speaker.